Sturtle. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome. I think I have an idea. I think I have something that has started to cook up in my head last night as I was laying in bed, unable to fall asleep, nor congratulations on first. I think I got something. I think. So there I was, laying in bed, trying to fall asleep. I went to bed at 9 o'clock p.m. Nice and early. But my body was like, nah, you can't. I told you I was more first. That's fair. But know what they say? First is the worst. Second is the best. Welcome in, Camilos. Boom. 9 p.m. is way too early. Yeah, it was quite early. So I'm laying there in bed and I'm trying to think. I'm like, all right, Cavino, what a game idea can we do? Because if I'm just making a character controller, like, yeah, that's good, but what's the point if you don't have a game? And then I'm thinking, and I'm like, okay, well, what is going to like pop off next? What do I think's gonna happen? I think kind of extraction type games are gonna pop up a bit. I'm like, okay, well, I haven't played Tarkov in years, so no idea how that's gonna be like, nor do I really want to make something like that. I don't really want to make it a first-person game. And that's when it hit me. I was like, well, I kind of want to get rid of this goo idea, but I also want to keep it too, because I think there's something there with it. So why don't I make a game about getting rid of the goo idea? Making sense? Starting to click? So instead of a goo wizard, we could do, you are a failed scientist who accidentally turned himself into goo. And you are trying to now remove that goo, but something goes horribly wrong. During your experiments of trying to remove this goo from yourself, you accidentally triggered your lab to explode. So now you have to escape from the lab, but wait. Mystical Cell, congratulations on third. But as you're trying to escape, where does this failed scientist come from? Belgium. And so you try to escape your own lab, but because everything's going haywire, everything's exploding, all your failed experiments are now running free, running loose. So as you're trying to escape your lab that is about to explode, you got to kill all the enemies on the way. There's little objective points where you can slow down the explosion that's going to occur, so you can give yourself a little more time to escape and to take on the enemies. So you do little objectives like stand in an area for a certain period of time, kill a certain number of enemies during something, maybe you shoot a goo ball into a hoop or something along those lines. And then it gives you a new experiment that you can drink. So you get a little tube and you can drink it and it will give you a new power. So maybe it will remove your goo for a short period of time and turn you into a big, scary, hulking monster. And then that gives you where you can like rampage and plow through things and go crazy. That is the idea. That's the idea. So we're kind of combining the roguelite genre with an extraction and taking the base movement of a character. Because I don't like platformers. I don't think platformers are my route to go. I don't like them. They don't really excite me. But I think this is still the movement, because I like a lot of the movement in these platformers. So we can keep the movement by having the like the goo grapple and stuff like that. But I also like big abilities and I like to smash things. So I think this might be a pretty good idea. I think so. We can incorporate my new favorite death mechanic, which is ragdolls. I'm enjoying ragdolls a lot. I think it gives opportunities for a lot of fun things to happen. We can incorporate this goo swinging mechanic, because I also have another idea for the goo swinging mechanic and like how to incorporate an attack into that. And then we can also add the time trials, if you will, by putting in this like this need to progress type of deal. Yeah. What up, Epic Aviation? How you doing? Oh no, not this again. What do you mean not this again, Ironic? Listen, we're not trying to make a platformer here. I know that's all you want, is you want a platformer, but no. We don't do no platformer stuff. No. I heard a bunch of stuff. I just heard a bunch of stuff. Yeah. But it all comes together. It all comes together. I think it's a pretty good idea. Sound like a fully produced 20-person team game again? Does it? I don't think so. I think it's a drinking potions to turn into goo hulks. Not goo hulks necessarily, just other hulks. Like you drink a potion and you turn into a big scary werewolf-like monster that will have increased jump height and can smash enemies for a set period of time. And then we can, think of this as if it is the energy drink, which we can also incorporate too, where you drink one of these potions and it's like an energy drink one. It goes, and you go crazy. Yeah. Do you want it to be a Mario-like game? Deadhead, Fred type of deal. I'm not too sure. What do you mean by like a Mario type game? Deadhead, Fred. I'm not familiar with that one. Who's gonna model and animate that? Who's gonna code the new Hulk form script? Mom, he's overscoping again. No. There's no overscope here. There's not even a game. We're just simple scoping. We're just building a scope. That's all. Enough Mario stars. Your game doesn't need an ultimate button. It's an insane overscope. How can it be an overscope if we're just building a scope? We're just building this scope. That's all. Right now, we have no scope. We have no scope. We just have a box. So we're trying to build a nice, big, medium, normal size scope. A nice normal size scope to go with our banger of a game. With our banger of a game, because it's a cannon, because it's a banger. Yeah. Platformer / beat enemies. Kind of, just minus the platformer. Less so the platforming part. Yeah, so add one thing at a time. Correct. Don't scope a roguelite with 10 abilities. Right. It's still roguelike. I think it would be a light. I like the lights better than the likes. I think we wait and see what makes more sense. I think. But step one would be the base character movement still. Then why did you make a sperm shooter? I didn't make one. What do you mean? I didn't make one. Your scope is a roguelite extraction shooter now. Basically, yeah. That's basically what it is, yeah. That's pretty on point. Yeah. I think so. But I think that's the play. I'm pretty sure that's the play. Which means we got to figure out how it's going to work. What I'm thinking, Friday, he's going to add the open world part. Listen, I didn't even say the word multiplayer either, by the way. I just said single player. Sounds the same. Sounds like the same play as the last time, which did not work. Well, it's not. So the difference in play is you actually have objectives to do during this time. So the big idea here is you got a big lab, right? Big lab. And something goes wrong and the lab's exploding. It's currently exploding, going all over the place. And we can do, there's like little vats and science things that are around. like so, little vats and stuff, and you're trying to make it to the exit. You're trying to make it to the exit. That's the base idea here. That's what's going on. But during this time, enemies or failed experiments are coming out of the little science things because they're all failed. And so you gotta run through and defeat them so then you can finally get there. Yeah. Ah, yes, the science things. I am familiar. Indeed. Indeed. This is based off what I was thinking last night when laying in bed, unable to fall asleep. This was the thought. Yes. And because it's in a lab, that should give us a lot of things to grapple to. And then alternatively, we could make like pipes that might burst, and then you can grapple the pipe and like drag it down and hit an enemy with it. Instead of picking up the enemies themselves, you pick up like a piece of the world and then you smash it onto the enemies. Could do that. Yeah. So you dodge all enemies and get there. I think so. That's part of the minor stuff I haven't quite thought through yet, because again, it was late. It was a late at night kind of thing that just popped into my head. But I'm thinking you need to defeat all the enemies so then you can actually leave the lab, because you can't leave the lab without defeating enemies. Yeah, I think you're making a huge mistake. What's the mistake, ironic? Like, what's the mistake? Because we're taking the things that worked from our previous games. You're imagining a whole game instead of one thing at a time. Well, yeah, you gotta correct me if I'm wrong here, but you gotta imagine the final point. We just don't, to get there, we need to do it one step at a time. We are currently here. And so we have to figure out where our destination is, or at least a rough estimate of our destination. And then we plan out, we don't completely plan out this. This part is where we can start getting there. Yeah. Yeah. So there's a couple things we can follow, like to take it one step at a time, such as character movement. That would be one. We can do the map, I'd probably do the map next after the character movement, so then you can see how the character movement works within the map. What up, Tommy? Doing pretty good. Thought of a new idea that I think might work. Then we can do the enemies. And then we can do the buffs. And then we need to figure out the final piece, which is the final puzzle piece. That's a puzzle piece. Yep, right there. Yep, that's a puzzle piece. The final puzzle piece, which is how does this all loop back into replayability? That's the idea. That's the idea. Yeah. So taking the things that worked from previous games, we know for things that worked, we know that the grapple feels good. Like, having a grapple mechanic is neat. People like it. It also performs, like, on average, 60 to 70% better than most other games that don't have a grapple mechanic when you compare the two. Then we can do the next part, which was the energy drink from, I should say buff, from Bear Attack Simulator. That performed really well as one of those additive things. And then I also just have that gut feeling that extraction is gonna work. I really want to see that statistic. Which test was used for the statistic? I was just going on Steam and looking up games like I looked up the top games with grapples, which was like dog, grapple, grappler, grapple, There was this one. I was looking at this, Cosmic Canines, Grapple Dogs, Grapples Galore, and then trying to compare them with similar games and seeing how that performed based on that. Did you calculate a p-value, student paired t-test? No, I did not. This is purely quick and dirty analytics here. Quick and dirty. Nothing like I would just look at this, go, okay, 175 positive reviews. Let's go to SteamDB, check out how they actually performed. Bada bing, bada boom. Fake statistics? Could be. But yes, that's the base idea. I think that's what we're gonna try out. I don't know how I would take that information that I found and make it real statistics. I mean, obviously you want like to do a full test and whatnot, but when you have limited information and limited resources to get that information, I think that was pretty much the best I could do, is going through all that. So the new idea is you are a failed scientist and you are trying to escape your lab that's about to explode. And the reason you're a scientist is because you are trying to, congratulations, LT. You're trying to remove you accidentally made yourself covered in goo, and you're trying to remove your goo and become normal again. Yeah. I think that's the play. So, step one, we're gonna make a quick map just using CSG boxes like this to get a rough estimate of what we want this to look like. And then from there, we can see how do things actually go, like are there enough things to go through and all that. I mean, this is nice lore, aesthetics wise. A lab environment with goo has potential, but I don't see the gameplay. So the gameplay is all about escaping, like trying to get out of the lab. Oh my lord, there we go. You're trying to leave the lab. So you're trying to get to the end, basically. But to leave the lab, you need to get rid of all of the enemies because you can't leave the lab if there's failed experiments running amok. It's the last game, but with Hulk energy drinks. No, it's not ironic. No. It's not the last game with Hulk energy drinks. There's actual gameplay, actual objectives, things to do before you can leave the lab. That's the idea. Actual things to do before you can leave. It's exactly what you're describing. Go in a room, kill enemies. You're missing the foundational part, the big part, which is you need to do the objectives to progress. No, I don't see what you make roguelite. Yeah, what objectives? The little objectives I was talking about. So things like we'll have little areas that you need to, you need to like stay in an area for a set period of time to unlock something, and we can juice it up with like a little progress bar, little area, and you got to stay there until it does a thing to maybe unlock the door, something like that. We could take inspiration from like almost maybe even objectives like from Dead by Daylight, how their main objective is you need to repair an engine. For us, instead of repairing the engine, it would be like staying in a spot. Maybe you need to shoot a goo ball into a hoop, stuff like that. Okay, so objective is do nothing. No. Objective is to hold a zone. That's a tried and true mechanic. Tried and true mechanic. If you're having enemies come at you and your base character like stuff is with movement, if it's base movement based, like grappling and stuff like that, then that severely hinders you a lot. So you gotta kind of plan it out and figure out, okay, how am I gonna hold this zone? Maybe I need to go get an energy drink type buff and then go into the zone, hold it, and fend off against the hordes of failed experiments. Stuff like that. Stuff like that. Complete a mission within an area could also be survive a hazard within the zone. Yes, exactly. So we can do stuff like that. Are you going to utilize speed running elements or slower pace? Slower pace than speed running. I'm not planning on speed running. But yeah, that's the initial idea. The base level idea here. Base level idea. I think that's the play. So to even start this, I need to make a lab. I need to make like a simple laboratory type environment. What I think I'll do it. I can do it in the testing zone, actually. I think that'll be fine. And then we can expand that from there. So it'll be a pretty decently sized map, which I'm thinking like 100 by 100, because our range is, 100 by 300, maybe 200. Yeah, it's a big map. There we go. Very large map like that. And then we can do all the big vats and science stuff. Maybe we could make it smaller and then just reduce the amount of grapple velocity we take in. That could also work too. Let's try it a little bit smaller first and go from there. So we'll go like 100 by 200, like that. That would be the full size of the map, because our character is quite small in comparison to that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that is nothing with swinging, with the swinging. Right, that's what I just said. We'll probably need to reduce the velocity of swinging, because the way it works right now is our swinging is 25 meters. So, but the velocity of the swinging is quite a lot. Like that's a lot. So we might need to slow that down a bit. Connix, welcome in. How are you doing? What were you working on? We are just going over our new game idea, our new plan, and trying to figure out how it goes. Maybe also get from zone A, where the objective starts, to zone B, where items spawn within X amount of time. Ooh, that could work too. That could work too. What were you doing, Connix? What were you up to? We're just trying to think of our new game idea that came to me last night, and we're thinking it's a kind of like you are a scientist that is trying to uncover themselves from goo because you failed something and you got turned into goo. And so now during your attempt to ungoo yourself, you accidentally exploded your lab. And so now you need to escape the lab, but all the failed experiments are now running loose. So you need to take care of them before you can actually escape the lab. That's the base premise, the base idea. But I think that's going to be the play for now. Yeah, I think so. But also our velocity on our swing is just a little too much. How many labs are you going to have? Probably just one to start. Just one. And then we can see where it goes from there. But I'm thinking just one. I got a basic inventory system working on my hurling prototype, so players can switch what solitaire they have selected. Sounds cool. I love the goo related themes for the Goodo dev. Absolutely. I think this will work, because the reality of the idea was like, I wanted to get rid of the goo wizard, but I really like the goo mechanics. And so I was like, oh, we'll just make a game about getting rid of the goo wizard, not being a goo guy anymore. Yeah, that's the idea. I think that's the idea. So what we're gonna do right now is build out the map, because we have the basic control of the grappling, but I think having a scaled out map will give us a better idea of like what kind of velocities we want and how to speed and slow it down. Yeah. So I'm gonna delete these walls. Boom. And then what we'll do is, let's see, take the player. I think player would start just by a big vat type deal. So what we can do is add let's just add the CSG cylinder. Boom. Like so. There we are. Whoa. There we go. Bloop. Bloop. Like so. And then drag it out. Yup. Why are those shapes still there? Oh, they're not. They're just pretending to be there. Boom. Why would you want to get rid of the goo when it gives you cool grapple goo? That's true. That's true. But like, think about your life as being covered in goo. That would be pretty awful. You'd be in a lot of sticky situations. Yep. 2. Let's make it like 10 meters. Big vat. Big vat of goo. Maybe bump this to 12. 16. 32. Beautiful. Maybe 24 actually would work. Yeah. Let's bring actually 8 meters. There we go. I had a similar premise for an idea for the Jiggle Jam. Try finding the designs and post them in Discord. Yeah, for sure. Sounds like a neat one. I think we're gonna be cooking here. I think. 6. Big vat. And then what we can do is, I think we do this. And then we do a CSG box. And then we can bloop it. And we can do 8 on the X. Oh, let's actually do 10 on the X, a little bit bigger. Do 10. 2 months from now, you're going to wish you could go back in time and not overscope this. I mean, ironic. Like, you're saying overscope this, but where is the overscope in this? Like, that's my question. Where is the overscope? What is the overscope that you're talking about? Because if we're trying to make a good game is not like a well-performing game on Steam. I can't think of a single one that has very simplistic mechanics. Imagine the finished game with 20 objectives and endless replayability as an extraction roguelite. The imagined finished game with 20 objectives and endless replayability as an extraction roguelite. Yeah. Like, I'm trying to think how would this even be, how could you simplify it more than this, really? That's what I'm trying to figure out. 4. Are you 100% satisfied with the swinging right now? No. But that's why we're building the map, is so then we can figure out the swinging and get that moving and grooving a little bit more. Let's actually 6. Yeah, it looks like a toilet. Perfect. And then I can do I think that would work. Oh wait, I can pull this out. Boom. And then I can bring this down to 15. Boom. Like so. Cool. Is that a toilet? No, it is not. This is a vat. It's a vat. Let's add the CSG box. Boom. And then bring it over. And then boom. We can do 20 by 20. Pull it over. Perfect. Yeah, something like that. Let's go to the X. Just line it up. There we go. And then I can take the vat and pull it up a bit. That should be good. Vat. Cool. Cool. And then the goo wizard, just move them over here. Step 1. And then let's also do a CSG cylinder. That will go over here. And the vat is 8 by 6. So we'll do 6 by 2, I think, with 24. Bring it down over. Go to the Y. There we go. And then we can do something like that. It's hard to see the, there it is, like that. That needs to be pulled back though. I think it's something like that. You're literally making a toilet. Yeah, basically. But it's not a toilet, it's a vat. It's a vat. There's a slight difference. And then we just need to do a subtraction. Why is that not subtracting? Oh, because it needs to be a child of this. There we go. Nice. Cool. The vat. That's a vat. Excellent. I could even pull it down a little bit more. I think it's fine for now. A big vat. There we go. And then let's just stretch it out a little bit more. Boom. Actually, a little bit less because we're gonna add another cylinder. CSG cylinder. Boom. Move it over. We're going to break it down to 6 sides. There we go. Bring the height down to 1, 0.5. Stretch the radius out to 5. Cool. And then just slap it in. Boom. There we are. Maybe just connect it this way. Yeah. Yeah. In my opinion, the correct thing to do here is adding things to the player can do, and then work on that to see if it's fun in combination with the swinging. Not starting with the whole Imagine Extraction roguelite. Well, we're starting with the map. So the reason you start with the map is so then you can further develop the player's movement. So player's movement is the #1 thing first, like for sure. But you can't, I was thinking about this, you can't actually design the player's movement if you don't know the area that they're moving in. So for example, the velocities, where it felt nice in that small box we were in, but what happens if you made the box bigger, or if you made the box even smaller, then you have to change the movement up. So I figured make the map so that way we can actually get the proper velocities and plan that out a little bit better. That way it actually feels better. Yeah, I know I've made some platformers. Yeah, so yeah, I don't see I'm confused with what you're saying though. You're saying to focus on the player movement, which we are, but you got to get the map feeling right though, don't you? Like, we're not doing any of the objectives or anything like that quite yet. We just want to get a nice map. So just a general idea of what's going to be happening here. Let's quick load, prototype, use collision, boom, quick load, prototype, and then, what are you? You're the back box. Quick load. And then quick load. And I could use a CSG combiner actually. That would probably make sense. Oh well. I'm just very worried after hearing your sales pitch for this project. Don't worry, Ironic. You gotta listen. We've upgraded. We've become better game devs since the last project. And what that means is why did you move? What the heck? We got better knowledge about what's going to happen and how to take it on in a reasonable sense. I think we're about to test it and find out. But yeah, I think we need to have, I think the goal is have a general idea of the destination, and then we just work our way to that destination over the course of a set period of time, which will be, for us, a game like this, I think we could do it in 3 months. So I'm going to give it an extra 6 months. So I'm going to say not 3 months and do 6 months to realistically do something like this, or at least get a demo type deal going. I think so. All right, let's take the player. Boom. I think it's wiser to discover the destination one step at a time. I don't know how to do that. How do you discover the destination one step at a time, though? That's what I just don't know how to do that. Do an Omnilight real quick. Just add something. Boom. Boom. And then light green. Crank up that energy. Like so. There we go. Cool. Save. All right, there's the first vat. That's like our, where we're gonna spawn. Then we need to do a bunch of little things all over the place. And some pipes in the air. Some pipes in the air. So I think yeah, the next part is doing the pipes in the air. Yeah, so in that way we have things to go over. You see my message, Camino? Yes. Wait. Oh, you should do a new Super Mario Bros. Like game? Is that what you said? One of these days? Maybe. I'm not really a fan of platformers. Not really a fan of platformers. They're not really my cup of tea, if you will. I like action. I like to do things, you know? Boom, bang. Let's do a CSG cylinder. Yeah. I wonder if there is actually I feel like there is like a Kenny or K kit for this, because that would probably make it a little bit easier to go about this than instead of trying to just make a bunch of CSG boxes. That's a market. I mean, we could just use the dungeon stuff. Space station. That could be something. Conveyor kit. Okay. Took up a K kit. Wow. Wow, we just got followed by iHeart on Itch. Huh. Just now, after all this time, we gotta be sure to call her out when we see her. Be sure to call her out. Just now. Huh. Crazy. There's the dungeon stuff. We're looking for like some pipes. Need some pipes. Resources. Platformer pack. That has pipes in it. So we could just do the platformer pack, because it has pipes. And it has... We don't really need anything else though. We just need the pipes. Conveyor belt. Bombs. I wonder if there's something better. Hexagon. This kind of has pipes. The space stuff. Now I guess we just keep going with CSG boxes for now. Although I like making it with assets, just because I think it gets a better vibe going. Oh well. Boom. Call this pipe. And then we'll do a, probably just like a radius of 1, 5, 20, 2 meter pipe, 4 meter pipe. Yeah, it's a big pipe. Big pipe. Because maybe we make the pipe big enough for the player to go inside. Maybe. But not yet. Not yet. Do this. And then massive pipe. Indeed. Boom, boom, boom. Pipe. Boom. That's a pipe. And then we can do duplicate on the other end. And then let's do a, let's actually, I think having a reference point would be really useful here. Oh, I already duplicated it. Okay. Boom. Oh, no, undo. Boom. Because we want some of the pipes broken. So we could just rotate this and do a big pipe going like that. Yeah, maybe that's the play. We actually go boom. Zoom in on it. Rotate. Boom. 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 Yep, now we're cooking. Duplicate. Bring it up and over. Boom. Connect the pipes. Connected enough. Doesn't have to be perfect. Let me do woo. Yeah, something like that. Duplicate it. Whoa, wrong way. Whoa, wrong way. We kind of want that. Want it off though. Rotate it. That should be fine. And because it's broken, like that, you just slam it in there. Yeah, very basic kind of setup here. Let's make sure that we use a CSG combiner. So then that way we can just put everything in it. All the pipes. And then we want to use collision on them. And we want them to have a prototype material. Cool. More pipes. Yes, we do need to do more pipes. I agree. I don't know how spline tile pipes. Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Like a spline is in like these kind of pipes where they're woo woo. I do think that's a good idea. But I'm waiting. Like I want to do that. I don't know how to do that. Spline mesh. Is that a thing? No, that's not a thing in Godot. Maybe I could use a torus. But that won't give us the... Yeah. We'll just stick with regular cylinders, and we can always change it up. You can make CSG polygons follow paths. That would be pretty cool. Yeah. I feel like is that a little too much though for prototyping a map? Maybe not. Boom. Where do you get your assets? These are just Godot CSG boxes right now. But usually like K-Kit, stuff like that. It's like 2 clicks. Oh, is it? Just doing a path? How would I do that? Let's you can make CSG polygons follow a path. Let's try it. Path 3D. And then I need to add a CSG polygon. And then use collision. What's this new idea? The idea here is you are in a is an empty shape path node. Boom. Curve. You are a failed scientist trying to let's try something. Sorry, I'm like also trying something out. Failed scientist trying to what's the word I'm looking for? Trying to remove the goo from inside of you. And in doing that, oh, there we go. I see what's going on now. And so as you're trying to do this, you are trying to escape your lab that is about to explode, but when trying to escape it, you are getting all of your failed experiments are now running loose and free, so you got to clean them up before you can leave the lab. Yeah, that's the basic idea. This sounds kind of cool. Is there any simple models you're looking for? Nothing right now. Half-Life? Some inspiration from Half-Life. Yeah. I'm learning Blender, just looking to make, looking for things to make. Oh. Nothing in particular yet that I would ask for. Because again, I don't know if this is going to be an idea or not. We're just kind of playing around with this. There we go. Oh, I see. I can do stuff like this. Glue on gun? A glue gun? Tau cannon? What is a tau cannon? Is that another point? Push that up. And then move it over. Yeah. Okay, I see what's going on here. I get it. Have you even played Half-Life? A little bit, not really. A little bit. I mean, I feel like this is just too much. Yeah, I think the path stuff is just too much right now. We're just gonna do basic cylinders. Basic cylinders. Just to get a rough idea of what we're going for here. He's making a game about scientists escaping the lab, and he hasn't played Half-Life, guys. Sorry. I've played WoW once or twice. I played Ark. I've played Block Shop. I played Block Shop. I played No Gorb's Ordeal. What are some of your favorite games, actually? So that's the thing. I don't really have any favorite games per se. I have games I've played a lot, but I don't really have any favorites. So games I've played a lot of, would probably be things like World of Warcraft, Ark Survival Evolved, Minecraft, of course, those kind of games. You would open Half-Life and say, ew, pixels, and close it anyways. Oh, is it? I thought it was 3D. I thought it was 3D. Favorites are hard to choose. Yeah, maybe. It's just more so, I don't know, I tend not to take favorites on a lot of things. I'm just weird, I guess. I don't know. Tend not to take any favorites. Okay, let's do a That's a pretty good pipe setup. Let's see it in action. Half-Life texture density is close to WoW. Oh, there you go. Boing. Hup. Boing. Okay, so this is very good. Very good. Boom. Oh, I missed. Boing. Oh. Okay, that's kind of cool. This made a world of difference, actually. An actual world of difference. Wow. Yeah. Like, actually, a big difference. Just adding these pipes in the air to grapple off of, that's a big difference. I hate Americans. Well, that's not something you should say, Cam. It's a little... What's the word? Regionist? Yeah. Wouldn't, I don't think you should be saying stuff like that. But howdy. Been yelled at a lot today. I mean, that's just par for course. It's troubling where the goo is shooting from in your character model. It's his utility belt. He has a utility belt. And so, because he's a scientist, of course. And all scientists have utility belts. As you know. Yeah. I don't know if I can get on... Oh, there we go. Boom. Nice. Ah, of course. Can you move it to his head? Like a frog tongue? Oh my. We could. We could definitely do that. But yeah, I'm thinking something like this. You move a little slow. But what we could actually do... Focus on work. You're right, Cam. What we could do is we make it so the arena, it's like a roguelite arena extraction. So you keep it as an arena as is, so you can go through the whole place, but there are objectives you need to clear before the door can unlock. Yeah. Maybe that's the play. Boing. I think so. But definitely these pipes. These pipes, we laid them down well. I think this is adding a really nice little bit to it. Nice little bit to it. Okay. Using Half-Life sound effects is a must, otherwise Science Lab feel won't work. Gotcha. Am I allowed to use those? Are those free to use? Or am I gonna get in some big trouble? All right, let's see. We want to do... Let's actually just add the big, huge door. And the other part is by making a map like this, we could make multiple. I don't want to worry about multiple maps right now. We do need to think about the, like, what is the objective? Like, once you hit this objective, what are you doing? Just make it 2 meters wide. Oh, let's make it actually 10 by 20 by 12. Yeah, big doors. Bet a Valve employee played it. Wait, kind of Voices of the Void dev use HL2 sound effects. Nobody cares. Game's kind of huge. I don't know. I know it's early days and features can get complex, but just spitballing, capturing an escaped experiment by looping around them with your goo to capture them. Oh, that's a good idea. That's definitely a good idea. We did have, in our previous goo game, we did have an idea for a mechanic where you could shoot the goo rope, kind of like a Spider-Man thing, where you shoot it at 2 points, and then it leaves a web there, kind of deal. So we could do something like that, where you then can trap an experiment. I think that would be cool. Yeah, that would be cool. Use collision. Quick load. I'm actually going to do a new texture for this. Just to show that, hey, this is door. Door. Boom. Boom. Something like that. I didn't use alpha. Alpha. There we go. Why did that turn white? Huh? Why is that turning colors? Orange. There we go. Cool. Bang. Door. Easy. All right, and then we have the start point. Now we gotta add some like ground elements, basically. So like failed science experiments. What does a science lab look like? They definitely have some CSG cylinders for a cloning chamber, because all science labs have cloning chambers, as we know. So which means we need to do probably a radius of like 2. A 2 by 2? No. 1. 1 by 2. Yeah, that'll work. Just round it off. Well, we can actually do 2.5 because it's a little bit bigger. And then we do CSG box. Bring it down. Bring it at 0.5. And then 2 by 2. 4 by 4. Yeah, we can do that. Maybe it is 3 by 3. Yeah, that looks better. Can I go back to 2 by 2? Kind of, not really. That's like 2.5. Boom. Look up Half-Life 2 Beta Vorticell, and it'll give you inspiration. Half-Life 2 Vorticell. Vorticella. Yeah, cloning chamber. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. Maybe not this dark and grim, because I think we do want to go more silly with the game. More silly with it. Dark and gritty. I don't think dark and gritty is my style. I don't think so. I don't think I could pull it off. Yeah. Okay. So, little chamber. We'll call this clone chamber. And then well, no, a trick for that, use the same rust texture everywhere, fog and volumetric lights. Yeah, no, I do kind of understand how to do it. It's more so like I don't think it's really my vibe. I don't think dark and gritty is my vibe. I also think we're gonna see too many dark and gritty games come out. Too many of them within the next 6 months. And I don't want to make a game where you take yourself too seriously either. I don't want to brag, but I can call myself a dark and gritty expert. Oh, interesting. Dark and gritty expert. Huh. Yeah, no, I'm kind of over my dark and gritty phase. And now I'm just a dude doing his thing. That's all. I'll skip one. Boom. There we go. And then we need another one. Duplicate. There we go. 3 experiment pods. Obviously we would need things like CSG combiner. And we can call this like clone chambers. And then grab these, slap them in. Then use collision, geometry, quick load, boom. There they are. Cool. I haven't seen much dark and gritty games since like early 2000s. Really? What up, Luigi? How you doing? Let's also add a CSG box because we need like a console. Wait, where is this box? Why did it go all the way over there? Bloop. 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 The one I can maybe remember from the top of my head is Scorn. Gameplay wasn't really there, unfortunately. That blows. Boom. Yeah. No, my goal is I want to make a game that is going to perform well on Steam. And like, yes, this is just a shot in the dark, seeing if this idea performs well. But I think by practicing a bunch of constantly practicing your shots, I think you'll eventually I'll get better at taking these shots and knowing how to do this. So I want to take my base guess, or my best guess at what I think would perform well, make it, release it, take the hit if it doesn't do well, and then keep iterating over doing stuff like that. That way I can really get a better vibe of like what's going on, how to make things work, etc. Yeah. So my computer isn't working at the moment. I'm learning another 3D thing. I learned how to learn about rigs and their purpose in 3D animations. There you go. Rigs are very important. Very, very important indeed. Yeah, I think that would be fine. We can just slap an entire CSG box on the bottom of this. Make it like 5 by 5. And then drag it over. There we go. Do it like that. Then maybe what I'll do is bring it to 0.5. Like so. So there's a little bit of stuff going on. Go to the Y. And then bloop, right in the center. There's a thing in my way. Zoop. Boop. Zoop. Boop. There we go. Something like that. And this will just be a little console type deal. Bloop. Maybe a little bit over on the base platform. Yeah. Oop, I missed. Bloop. There we go. Sure. Doesn't have to be perfect, just to get the idea going. All right, so we got some VAT type ideas. So this is kind of where what I'm envisioning here is you got the base pipes all over the place. You got the main place and the door. And then throughout the lab, we'll have little sections kind of like this where they'll be scattered all over, blend them well, figure out a way to blend them well. And we can kind of go from there. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, while I'm not doing games, still learning about one of the most important things in the 3D life. In the 3D life, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. This is good. That's good. Don't let your circumstances hold you back from doing something. I like that. All right, let's do a test tube zone probably. So we'll do like 10, 2, bring it over, like so. Boom. And then we can duplicate it, bring it down like that. And then we can just duplicate it just because it's here. We'll stretch it out, like so. And a little bit on the edges, so we can do like 12. There we go. Grab this, pull it up. Grab this, pull it up. We'll add a new CSG combiner. Boom. Test tubes. Grab all these, slap them in. We can do a collision, geometry, material override, quick load, prototype. Bam. Grab these two, push them over. Or maybe just keep them in the center, actually. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. Boom. Howdy, Lupo. How you doing? And then, evening, sir. Hello. CSG cylinder. This will be a tube. Boom. 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 And then we'll do... let's go 16 on it. What's the new idea? You are a failed scientist covered in goo. And you are trying to remove that goo. But in your efforts to remove the goo, you accidentally started blowing up your science lab. So now you must escape the lab. That's about it so far. You must escape the lab. But preventing your escape has all your failed experiments are now running loose. And so you have to extinguish all your failed experiments before you can escape the lab. Yeah. Failed at what? Science things. Science things. Yeah. Science things. Yeah, you put too much goo or too much glue and too much water together. Bada bing, bada boom. You desperately need a player motivation lore writing guy. I mean, ironic. To be fair, I haven't given it much thought. This was... You gotta remember, the time I have between streams isn't a lot. I got... Let's see, if I end at 6, I have to spend an hour cooking. And then I eat for like 30 minutes. So that's an hour and a half. That's 7:30. And then I spend that from 7:30 to about 9-ish. So that's an hour and a half. So I have an hour and a half at night to do things. Yeah, it's not much. I gotta give it more thoughts. Yes, if you don't hire me. Remember Bear Plane? Yeah, that kind of quality ideas you'll get. Whew. Yeah, that is it's an idea. That is indeed an idea. I'll give you that. Definitely an idea. All right, we got some test tubes. I need to do more science things. Let's do like Dexter's laboratory images. Laboratory lab. Oh, that's a cool console. That's not. Oh, yeah. We need these beakers. And we need the central jumbotron. A central jumbotron. Because that's what scientists have. Yeah. Yeah. Just thought about a game idea today called Cattlefield. Like Battlefield, but basically just a field of cattle instead. Oh my. Cattlefield. It's Battlefield, but with cows. This one is this one? Nope, this one. Nope. It's definitely this one. This one. That's what I meant. Push you over. Hire me already. We need a central jumbotron. So we'll do a CSG box. Boom. And this will be the jumbotron. And we all know jumbotrons are at minimum 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters. Of course. Basic science. Oh, basic science. I think there's a board game called Sheep Wars or something. Oh, don't think I've heard of that one. Boom. And then what we can do is we add a CSG torus. Boom. Like so. And then the torus will do 10. 5. Something like that. Yup. And we'll pop it up. Like that. Let's actually move it outside. Unparent it. And that way we can go like that. And then we take this torus again, duplicate it, boom. There we are. I've been using these rig models for renders for now. Want to see the 2 renders I made so far? Yeah, post it up in Discord. I'll check it out. Big metal pillars in the corners to fill the space up. Yeah, we could do some kind of big metal pillars as well. I think this Jumbotron thing needs to kind of... Ooh, an arc reactor. That's what it is. It's not a Jumbotron. It's a CSG sphere. Boom. And then 10. I need to go to like the Science Museum or something. I think that's what I need to do. We'll go to the Boston Children's Science Museum, and I can do some studying. And definitely not play in their bubble area where you can test out different types of bubbles and see how bubbles work. Definitely not do that. But go for important business studying. Yeah, that might be a good idea actually. That might be a good idea. Yeah, because I was talking to Velcro Beans last night, and they were talking about going to a science museum. That maybe that's where this lab idea came from actually, while I was laying in bed. Now that I'm thinking of it out loud, that might be where it came from. One Punch Season 3, Episode 1 is out. It's kind of boring. Yeah, I know, Lupo, I heard. And I watched it, and it was kind of boring. It was. I was a little disappointed. I mean, it kind of makes sense to, like, you know, they're gonna start off slow, and then they'll pick it up probably. Let's go 10. Let's just do a 10 by 10 by 10 by 10 by 10 by 10 by 10. Yeah. Like, find past Garu in the anime? No. I haven't read any of it, so no spoilers. I've only watched One Punch Man. Boom. I was thinking about reading it, but man, that's a lot of time. I got enough to worry about with One Piece. Let's go 20. Yeah, 20 is looking better. Yeah. Garu's the man monster. He's the hero killer. He's the hero killer, right? Let's actually do this. Yeah. And then we can do a boss fight from this on one of the levels, because there could be a boss in here and then it breaks. And we can use a cell fracture, and it goes psh, and then big boss guy comes out and he goes raw, raw, and then we go, oh no, pew 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 pew. Yeah. Maybe you should be a level designer on someone's team instead of being the idea guy. Listen, Ironic, I'm the idea guy, the programmer, the everything. I'm the everything right now. The everything. And I gotta get at least decent. At least decent. I don't think you can master, or I don't think I could master everything, but I need to get at least decent with all these levels. And then by getting to at least decent with all these levels, the theory is that I'll be able to create a game that is decent enough to be able to then afford hiring people that can be really good at level design, be really good at modeling, really good at programming, really good at something else, etc. So yeah. Well, that needs good tools, IMO. I could see that, yeah. 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 All right, let's do... Like your own pirate crew, the Cavino Pirates. Sure, yeah, you could put it that way. I was thinking more so just a team, not a pirate crew, but just a team of game devs. But yeah, sure, we can call it a pirate crew. Let's see. Then I want to do a cylinder again. Pirates that make software. I don't know if we want that. Well, if they actually make software, maybe. Maybe. Anyways, we're doing game dev. We're doing game dev. We're not here to start beef. No. Game dev. Yep, that looks like exactly what we need it to look like. All we need now is a CSG Taurus. Boom. Need your minions and call yourself Gru. I don't want to be Gru. I don't want to be Gru. No, thank you. No. Not for me. Boom. Ooh, you need to be like 12 then. 6. There we go. And then let's do maybe like so. Yeah. There we go. And then let's add 2 sides. Yeah. And then we can do a CSG box. Ba-doom. Man. You kind of look like Gru though. What are you trying to say here, Lupo? What are you trying to say? Kind of look like Gru though. That's some crazy talk. Crazy talk. Let's do 2. Kind of look like Gru. That's wild. That is wild. Not at all. How is this even remotely close? I got hair. He doesn't have hair. He's got a really big chest and really tiny legs. I don't got that. Crazy. Gru does have a sick car though. That's true. Renders an art channel. I'll check it out. Art. Dang. That's pretty cool. Some renders of Mario and Luigi kicking and stuff. That's sick. Dang. Good job. Dang. Did you make these models yourself? Boom. Let's do duplicate. And then we'll bring it to 0.5. And then we can do 5. Boom. And maybe I put this up. Oh. Over. Down. There we are. Good thing to think about is what should happen if the player fails to goo rope around. I ripped them from models resource. I see. If the player fails to rope around, I think it just makes their time more difficult is what I would say. Central thing. Central what is it called? What's the word I'm thinking of? Reactor. Yeah. Because your big laboratory right now has completely flat, nothing floor. Well, yeah, as is right now, yeah. Right now it does. But we can easily change that up. Collision, quick load, boom. There we are. There it is, the reactor. Right smack in the center. That's not really the center, actually. Yeah, it's not really the center. Could just move it there. Yeah. Now it's in the center. But yeah, we could do I know you hate platformers, you don't want to make one, but you're literally making one right now. Yeah. It's not that I hate platformers necessarily. It's I hate when it's only a platformer. Like, that's it. That's the main driver. I don't like those. Like, when it's like, oh, it's a platformer, but you can do this. I don't like that. That's not for me. For us, it's not, this game at least, is the main point is not to be a platformer. The main point is to be a extraction roguelite, basically. Or I guess it would be a roguelite with extraction and platforming, I guess. But it's not really platforming because, again, it's not... That's just the way you move around. I don't know. Ooh. What was the point of the grappling mechanic then? If everything you want to do is on the floor. Well, everything we want to do isn't going to be on the floor yet. We're going to be making like these kind of area things that would be up top as well somewhere. Somewhere up top as well. So maybe you need to do something up here or whatever. We'll figure it out. Yeah. But yeah, we're not there yet. Not there yet. We gotta keep building. Keep building. But yeah, we can add something up top. I was thinking we do little things up top. Not sure what yet, but something to go up top as well. Let's see here. Because I'm gonna have to build a whole bunch of these things. Whole bunch. I need some more inspiration though. Johnny Test Laboratory. Yeah, this is what we need. They got a big computer and some switchy things. Big computer, switchy things. And tubes. So we could put a computer up top as well. If I propose that the entire floor should be covered in poisonous green goo lava, what would you say to that? I would say it's a good idea as a temporary thing, but not a permanent thing. Temporary, not permanent. Like, there could be a time where if you flip a switch wrong, all of a sudden the entire floor turns into lava, and then it's a floor is lava type deal. I could see that being the case. Why not permanent? Because we want to still move on the ground. I don't think combat while swinging is going to be great. I mean, I think it's doable, but I don't think with my skill set I could make grappling combat perfect. So grappling for now is just a base, just like a basic ability. Why do you want to move on the ground in a grappling hook game? Because you're not always going to have the grappling hook. So back to the test tube idea where you drink the tube stuff or whatever. There might be one that will make you into a big monster and then you're just running around on the ground and you can jump up to these things maybe, but you won't be able to swing around. So it's kind of doing there's different types of things that happen from different things you do. Right, it's not actually a grappling hook game. It's a drink slime turned to goo Hulk game. Grappling is just there incidentally. Not incidentally, no. It's still the base level of stuff that you do. It's still the base level of stuff you do. I swallowed my water wrong. Holy moly. That was painful. What up, Sarah feel? That's what she said. Yes, indeed. Okay, anyways. Instead of focusing on one mechanic, it's 10 mechanics. No, it's not. I mean, yes, there will be a multitude of mechanics, because having just one mechanic, in my opinion, is boring. Is boring. So there will be more than one mechanic. I sure hope so. Have you heard of a game about digging? Yes, I have. The digging game. We're not trying to make a digging game though. Those kind of games are, I think, those are the, what's the word for it? I think that is just more slop, if you will. I find that more as slop games. I'm trying not to make a complete slop game. Because I don't think that, like, yes, we could easily make a game like that. I think it would be relatively easy to do a game like that. But what do I actually learn from doing that? I don't think I would learn much. I don't think so. I mean, I would learn something for sure. But yeah, a single mechanic game is not slop. No, I'm not saying a single mechanic game is slop necessarily. I'm saying the digging game was, in my opinion. But I think just one mechanic. I don't know. I can't, off the top of my head, I can't think of a really good game that I enjoy. Like really top tier game that would have just one mechanic. I mean, try making a voxel runtime modifiable terrain. Yeah, that would probably be difficult. Maybe. Again, I don't know. This is just based off of my seeing it from a gamer perspective. So I don't really know the inner workings. Let's say one main mechanic, then two side mechanics. I think that makes more sense. One main mechanic, two side mechanics, yeah. Again, they need to... So the main mechanic is grappling. Second is shooting with your goo balls. We could do shooting with goo balls. I was thinking some other kind of attack. Third mechanic is escape the lab. Yeah, I kind of generalized it more. So it would be, first one would be movement. Second one would be combat. Third one is escape slash objectives. That's kind of what I was thinking here. That would be the base stuff of the game. I was thinking of digging games that have SteamWorld Dig. Reminds me of Deep Rock Galactic. Two very popular games. Deep Rock Galactic seems really cool. Okay, you put movement first, but yes. Because I kind of think you need to feel good. It needs to feel good to move your character around. I don't see how that's first. I mean, the way I'm breaking it down here is like, it needs to feel good to move your character. So, whether that movement is grappling or simply just running on the ground, that has to feel good. Like, you should be able to feel like you can interact with the environment. There's no limitations on how you interact with that environment. That's kind of the, like, yeah, we're kind of basing it off of the freedom of movement, if you will. And then something that can affect this movement could also be part of the combat. So it's affecting the movement and adding something to it, which would be things like you could turn into some creature that only jumps on the ground but jumps really high up and smashes things, where it's a downshoot of movement plus something else. And then the objectives, or the escape, is the movement plus the combat plus and then plus something else. So it all kind of works together. That's the way I'm thinking about it. So renders the first good one into 3D tenor. Like actually made something, unlike the dozens of games I haven't even touched yet. I mean, yeah, it's a good step forward, Luigi. You did something, and that's all that matters, is that you started doing something. Yeah. But I think this makes sense, is breaking it down this way. So that's why I ordered them 1, 2, 3, is because it's kind of like a list where they add on top of each other and they all enhance each other. And the hope by doing this is also what can give that stair-stepping progression we're looking for. Yeah. Without anything feeling too dull at any point in time. Let's see. Because no matter how fun we make the grappling, I think at some point someone would get bored. I think. No matter how fun. Like, I don't think there's anyone that have there's gonna be player progression, enemy scaling. Well, there's definitely gonna be player progression. Enemy scaling, I don't know if it depends on how you define the scaling. I would think certain enemies are gonna be more difficult than others. Something like that. Maybe we do introduce a boss fight of some sort. Big scary boss that pops out of the center at some point. Yeah. Okay, boss fights too. Nice, more scope. I'm just shooting ideas out right now. Just shooting ideas out. I think this worrying about too much scope, like, I agree that we need to be careful of overscope, but also we can't underscope the game so much to where it's just, I feel like underscoping it's just going to make it worse. Wouldn't it? No. Easier to add things. Well, yeah. I need to add more stuff, actually. Let's do this. CSG cylinder. People like to play big games, not small. That's just facts. Yeah, I think so too. Like, I think there is a market for people wanting to play small games. I think that exists, but that's not a market I'm going after. Or I would want to go after personally. So overscoping is good, but harder to make. Well, again, I don't know if I would say overscoping's good, but I think you need to have a sizable scope. I think so. Or else you're going too niche. Like, which isn't a bad thing to niche down. I think niching is good. But there's still some limits. Let's do 10. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Increasing scope is not equal overscoping. Yeah. I would say overscoping is like, okay, we're going to add a boss. And then that boss is going to reset everything. And then from resetting everything, then you have to defeat the boss. I think it's just when you start adding more to the base idea, it's too much. Why don't you put a goal at the end of the map, poison gas on the floor, and just put a timer that counts down. And you play with that until you have fun grappling to escape this the science lab. And after you have that, you can have more complexity, like enemies and objectives. Yeah, that's what we're doing, Ironic. That's what we're doing. Like, to be very clear, I'm saying all these ideas and thoughts, but I'm not saying that's what we're doing right now. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm just filling this in, the final, and talking about what final ideas to do. What I'm adding right now, my like current, what I'm doing step by step is like I wrote it out. Step 1 is the movement. So get the movement good. How do we get the movement good? We need to make the map. We need to make the map so we know how we go through things. And so as I'm building out this, I'm talking about this stuff in the far future. I'm not saying, let's add a boss today, let's add enemies today, let's add objectives today. No, that's crazy talk. That's crazy talk. We're just doing this. This is it. And then we move on step by step. But yes, I think, I'm not sure about the poison gas on the floor yet, because I think having some kind of movement on the floor is going to be nice. I don't want to limit to being just grappling around. Now I think it's going to be a big part, but I don't want to limit to just grappling. All right, let's do computer platform. Let's actually make it 15. 1, 2. Like that. Go to the Y. Boom. There we go. That's... Oh, you have to go 16, that's why. Boom. I'm sticking with just renders as I'm not ready for animations yet. I think that's nonsense. I think you can start doing animations, Luigi. Because renders, you're just taking a picture and adjusting the lighting, which, yeah, I think it's important. Not as much for game dev. But I do think, yeah, messing around with the models, messing around with their, do it this way. Yeah, messing with the models, messing with their rigs, and seeing how they interact. I think that's really good. But I would say, don't limit yourself by saying like you're not ready for it. I don't think so. Let's see. Then I want to add a CSG box. Boom. We'll do 5 by 5. We'll do 5 by 5 by 5. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, bang. Boom. And then this is what science labs look like, right? I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Let's do this. And then, boom. Well, I tried animations, just looks bad. Of course it does. You can't expect to make a killer animation your first time doing it. Boom. 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 This pops out just a little. Okay. And then, boop, like so. Cool. And hit the top of this. Boom. There it is. CSG Taurus. Boop. And Let's go 3, 1.5. Let's go 4, 2. I think that's good. Also, I'm just doing Mario and Luigi. So I have on hand at the time. Yeah. Makes sense. Let's do that. I think that'll work. Okay. We got a little computer thing. Sure. Oh, I need to put this in a combiner though. Add CSG combiner and call this. I enjoy these those platform games where you mess up, you fall back to the bottom. But let's get to the top level. Jump to King is one of them. Oh, yikes. Some group reactions too. Low-key streamer slop though, I guess. They also have enemies which can knock you off. Ooh, yeah. Also getting over it, yeah. Okay, you can just put it on the official record that I'm a huge Goo Adventure 2 hater. Ironic. Why are you a hater of the game? Like, what do you hate about it? Because you also said you hated Bear Attack Simulator without ever playing it, which is wild. Boom. I think you're making some big mistakes. Well, what are the big mistakes? Have I told you I'm on YouTube? You have not, Luigi. That's awesome. Let's see, quick load. Like what? I don't know what these big mistakes are and what you think so monstrously terrible about this game idea. Like I don't understand what you're saying. Let's see. Manifold forms, solid object without gaps, holes, loose edges. Each edge must have a member of exactly 2 faces. Cries. Oh, see, ooh, that's why. No, that's right. Huh. I guess that's fine. I can imagine a grappling swing game getting pretty complex, like Rise to the Top games. Yeah, I don't really want to make a Rise to the Top, though. That's too platformery for me. Too platformery. Boom. Boing. There we go. And then you can do some kind of computer thing while fighting off enemies. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Oh. Pew, 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 pew. Something like that. I don't know, from the backwards from AAA goal design philosophy I'm getting. From the backwards from AAA goal design philosophy. Could you reword that? Boom. I want to ask to check it out as a self-promo. Sounds good, Luigi. Boom. Boom. Bam. Boom. You spent so much time on the grappling. That was one thing you took from the last failed project. And now I heard about extractions and Hulk forms and stuff. Well, yeah, that's just idea spitballing. Because the two main takeaways from the failed games is two-ish, maybe 3. The main takeaways, I'm seeing Kiwi's Adventure 1 on repeat. I think it's very different to that, though. I think it's very different. Because we're taking the only commonality right now is go with your gut, I say. Well, my gut was saying do Bear Attack Simulator. But I also don't have the seasoning. My gut hasn't been seasoned well. So I can't make a proper decision yet. Or like a well-informed decision on what game would succeed or fail. But what I'm thinking here is the main takeaways from the previous games are grapple mechanic feels good, and then the energy drink feels good. Those are like the base things. And then a little added one is ragdolls are really cool and people like ragdolls. So I think that those things that all worked, try to see if there's a way to combine them in a game that will feel good to do. Yeah. So grappling, we got get to the you have to kind of escape the area. And then the extraction is because I still have that feeling that extraction is going to be a pretty bigger subgenre coming out. Nearly got 10k channel points. Indeed. But yeah. I don't think it's the play to jump to something completely new and different, because I think we have enough like actual data to say like, hey, the grapple is really cool. Everyone likes a good grapple. And then, hey, the energy drink was really fun. And those are the big ones. So why not just combine those together? Take the two things that we got data for, that we know work, and we know people find to be fun, and put them together. Use them as ingredients to a game. Boom. Energy boost combined with movement just reminded me of Bomb Rush Cyberpunk sequel that just got announced. I heard about this game, but I heard it was a letdown, the original one. Yeah, I heard the original one was a bit of a letdown. It wasn't like... I've never played it, so I don't know. Oh, you think I loved it? I have no idea. I haven't played it. This is just hearsay. Okay, so now what we need is more... We need more stuff. More stuff. Wing. So maybe some more platformy type deals, like up top. Got a cult following, I guess, because it's heavily inspired by Jet Set Radio. What is Jet Set Radio? Boom. And then we can do a... But the other question is, what happens once we do escape? Yeah, the sequel, you basically get energy speed boost if you do well, which makes you go even faster. Ah, I see. Yeah, the other question, though, is what do you do when you do escape? Like, what happens? Why would you want to play again? And we can't have... Let's score a gameplay of this thing. Right now, the idea is the core gameplay being you grapple around, you run around the map, trying to go complete all these objectives to give you drops and stuff. So it's like hold the objective for a set period of time kind of deal while you're fighting off enemies. So big failed experiment enemies. And that's kind of the idea so far. so far. Let's do... I'm trying to think what else we can add. Well, I can come up with a suggestion, but it's not a AAA suggestion. It doesn't have to be a AAA suggestion here, ironic. We're not AAA yet. We're not doing AAA yet, but we do want to, like, we want to make games to where, like, the goal would be a gamer who knows nothing about game dev looks at the game and goes, whoa, this was made by a AAA company. It must have been. That's kind of the goal. Yeah, I just mentioned in Bomb Rush, its sequel to Hyperfunk, because those games are very fun with their movement. Also has a story. Premium game for premium gamers. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm quadruple A. Are you Skibbity Toilet? Quadruple A. All right, let's add a... If you focus on the grappling, put a timer on it, made the floor lava, counted how many times the player has fallen in the lava, you actually have a game with replayability. Count how many times the player... Which is much, much harder to make. If you focus on the grappling, put a timer on it, made the floor lava, count how many times the player has fallen in the lava, you actually have a game with replayability. Right, but doesn't that just turn the game into a speedrunning game? Isn't that it? And then you just build a bunch of maps? Like, that's just a platformer. Or am I missing some key element here? Because in my mind, that's just a speedrun platformer game with a goo grapple. Like, that's it. And our speedrunning grapple games, speedrunning platform grapple games going to perform? Maybe. The grapple is a nice technique to it, nice little twist. But I also don't want to make a platformer. That's the other thing. To me, I don't find enjoyment as much from playing platformers. Still have enemies, you can still have objectives. Okay, now you got me confused. You can still have enemies and objectives. You can still have obstacles. So what you're saying is extend the map out even further. And then the ground will slowly be flowing and filling up, and you need to make it to the escape before it completely fills up. And then as this is happening, there are little objective points that you can go to for power-ups and stuff like that, and then enemies that are coming out of the goo or something. Doesn't need to fill up. In Bomb Rush, you have a fight against these squads, have a different game in each area. Do tricks, but build up points and beat the AI scores, and you unlock stuff, move to the next area, gameplay loop in a nutshell. Also many side things to do, new skins to unlock, etc. I don't want to go that far into it yet. Do you remember how the first Spider-Man games, you couldn't go down on the street? Yeah. So I kind of see, I can see how the ground filling up could be a really cool mechanic. Because that puts pressure on the player to get going. You do Slime Laboratory on the floor, just normal floor. It's insane missed opportunity. In the Slime Laboratory in your floor is just normal floor. Right. Just because you want WoW controls? No, I don't want WoW controls. No. You're just putting words in my mouth now. I don't want WoW controls. That's not what I'm making. And Hulk form combat. It was just an idea I was throwing out. So focus on the point of the grappling hooks. Power March was so successful that the fans made their own multiplayer mode. Players are modding their own skins, and now they're implementing that in the second game. That's pretty cool. So if we... I'm just being reductivist and belittling. I see. Because what I could see, which could be really cool, is we do set a timer. So the map will fill with goo. I think that could be cool. The ground fills with goo. And then these little objective points, we can make them physics bodies that will float on the goo. So they'll float on the goo. So that way you have to you can choose to grapple down to go do an objective, which could be more dangerous because the enemies will come out of the goo. If you're playing a Tarzan game, swinging wasn't the main point. It's just one thing you could do. And 77% of the game would be him crawling on the forest floor. Yeah. Okay. We can make it so it's missing the power fantasy of the idea. I think I understand. So what I could do is, well, what I could do right now is pull the door up to here. Like that. We'll take this guy, pull him down a bit more. Like that. Let's make the ceiling probably higher. We'll leave it as is right now, just for testing. In your extraction idea, there's a timer, right? No, I was thinking more on the lines of just escape from Tarkov, so you leave whenever you want to, within reason. Like maybe there is a timer, because I know in Tarkov there is a timer, but you leave whenever you want to, kind of deal. So there's enough of a timer where you can choose when to leave. Yeah, escape from Black Mesa. You can leave when you want. You keep returning to the same room. Well, see, that's where I'm not sure about yet. Is what there needs to be something else, where, like, what is the replayability factor? Do you go to the same place? Do we pick a different place to go to? That's what I am not sure about yet. Let's make this 15. And make that like 12. I think something like this. Yeah, replayability element so important. Yeah. Quick load. So it'd be like this. And then we can do a like the Steam short description gameplay mechanics don't line up. Right. Something that's fun that makes you want to keep playing, hard to achieve, right? So if we do this base, use your goo rope to escape the laboratory before it blows up, going back to the same room with no timer. Right. I think, yeah, we can do the timer of when it's going to blow up. But then the question is, okay, so let's say it is filling with stuff, because I am liking this idea of where it fills up. So then that does push more to use the goo rope abilities. It fills up. I like the idea of some objectives just floating on the goo. I think that would be really cool. And so you could just like drop down and jump on that floating platform and do the objective. But what happens when you do escape? What are the conditions to escape? That, and then like, what is the replayability after you do that? That would be the question. Actually, just copy and paste SCP, CB mechanics. Won't be too bad. Like, you explore the map, find an item, and help you progress each time you exit. You reach the exit until you reach the exit. Avoid dangers. So what you're saying, Shodos, is we make it so the player can't get to the end. Well, they could, but it's very difficult to get to the end unless you have certain, like, you power up enough times kind of deal. Is the grapple infinite use? Runs out, needs to recharge. It has like a small timer on it, like a small 0.5 second cooldown, but it's infinite use right now. Have 5 ways to reach the exit. All of them require some kind of items or objectives to be done. Look, SCP containment breach. SCP containment breach. I think it's hard to explain everything. Was this a little this is a little different? What you're making? That's what we're trying to figure out, Goob. That's what we're trying to figure out. We know that the we want the grappling mechanic to be a thing. We know that. And so we're trying to figure out, what up, Myth? Are you still working on the goo roguelite? No, we scrapped that, but we're trying to take ideas from like what worked in our previous games that we just made. So in the goo game, this goo grappling hook, I think was really nice and worked. But we're trying to figure out what to do with it. And then also in the bear attack simulator, the energy drink felt really good. So I want to try to combine those two aspects together and build a game using those lessons learned. Yeah. One world, Booger Man. One word, Booger Man. Oh dear. Reminds me of Dead by Daylight when you have it that way. Very popular multiplayer. Yeah. Why, when you're trying to Unreal Engine, does Unreal Engine not Unreal Engine? That's because Unreal Engine is Unreal Engine. And so if you're trying to Unreal Engine, well, you need an Unreal power source. Yes. Yes. So objective could be hitting a switch in one place and having to make it over to the door open before it closes. There you have a reason to be good at swinging, your main mechanic. I see. Dang, Unreal. Yeah, absolutely. Try Unreal Engine, it just works. Hi, Kavino. How's my favorite Texan? I'm no longer a Texan, Mags. No longer a Texan. No. But come November 9th, I will be a part-time German. One of them European folk. Yeah. Definitely. They'll welcome me in with open arms for the week. Yes, they will. Can't take the Kavino out of Texas, but you can take the Texas out of Kavino. Wait. You can take the Kavino out of Texas, but you can't take the Texas out of Kavino. You darn tootin'. Tell you what. There's still a little Texas inside of me. I'll admit that. Put buttons so you can hit from a distance. That would have to hit midair after swinging. Skill requirement. Oh, so you're saying buttons. But then where does the combat come into play? Because that's the thing. I really, really want combat in the game. There's got to be combat. Wait, you're moving to Germany? No. I'm just visiting Germany for Godot Fest for a week. That's it. I'm not moving out of the US. No way, Jose. No way, Jose. Big fan. Ugh. No. Just for Godot Fest for the week. That's all. Yes, you have combat because AAA games have combat, so some challenges can include things like trying to hurt you, which you can shoot with your goo bolt or whip with your goo rope or whatever. That's taking too much of the Texan out of Cavino. You can't do that. Exactly. What? German for yeah to practice. 9. Wait, that means no. Da. Nope. That's Russian, I think. One of the two. Oh, not infinite scaling like roguelite bear simulator enemies, just simple stuff. He's doomed, folks. 9. No. 10? What about 10? Is 10 a word? Da Slavic? Oh no. Ciao. That's Italian. What if you copy and paste your ability thing from the roguelite, but you need to use an item to unlock them temporarily or permanently? We could do something like that. I'm just trying to think, what would combat look like in a game like this if you don't have ground to stand on? Because if we fill this area with goo and it's rising, which I think is a neat idea. How do we go about this? And like, yeah, we could do the skill shots, like Ironic saying, but I think that takes too much away from the combat aspect, which I think is a very important part to the game, because combat feels good, and that's something I want to get good at too. I think Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. My friend equals mein Freund. Mein Freund. Mein Freund. Yes. So I could say, Guten Tag, mein Freund. And they go, hello. That was good. Close. There we go. I'll be all set. I'll just walk up to everyone and say, Guten Tag, mein Freund. And they'll be like, hello, I speak English. And I go, oh, yes. With the results of the combat, we have the results of combat in your games now. I don't think you should focus on combat. We have the results of it. See, I think we need to have combat though. Like, there's something that feels good about combat in games. And I also just personally really want to get good at making combat in games. Because I just think it's fun. Might set Cavino up for failure. Yeah, you might have just set me up for failure for sure. For sure. I don't know, maybe, which brain is telling you that? Your AAA consumer brain or your single A solo dev brain? It's more of my future thinking brain. Because in the future, I see myself making games that have combat? And I would say yes. So would that progress me further towards that goal of making a game that has combat in it by not making games with combat? I don't know. Hey, listen, if you embarrass yourself, Cavino, I give you full permission to blame me. Perfect. I will tell them that when I go, Guten Tag, mein Freunde, they'll be like, I speak English, actually. And then I'll be like, oh, sorry, you can blame https://twitch.tv/me Magatron for that. I'll say that. Okay, but in that future, you have 2 programmers and an animator working for you, true. You can just tell them what to do, and then play the game after they make it. I mean, yeah. I will say, hang up regular humans stream and you pick up some handy German lickety split. Well, I'm always lurking there. I am lurking there quite often. Quite often. I don't do well with other languages. I don't do well. I can speak a little Spanish, but the accent, non-existent. Non-existent. Like, I know... What I could do is I could just go up to them and go like, arrivederci. Yeah, I can say that. Yeah, Human is good at picking up pieces of German. You never know until you try. True. All comes down to practice. Yes, that's true. That is true. And honestly, I don't really care to practice German. I'll be real. I'm okay speaking English. I'm barely cutting by with it. So I gotta just keep on the path of speaking. Have you played Monster Hunter Rise? No. Monster Hunter Rise? No. The game is a zipping mechanic called Wirebug. Works with combat. If you're wanting. Very fun. Highly recommend. Would watch some clips and swing too. Lazy. You darn tootin'. You darn tootin'. Like, how many successful third-person action combat heavy games made by solely indie devs are there, do you think? I don't know. That's a good question. I actually don't know. Maybe not many? Yeah, probably not too many. Yeah, not too many. Which would... 0 probably. Right. Which would be more of an indicator that, like, hey, there's a need, there's a missing piece there. So we just go in and fill it in. Right? Find the need, fill the need. Game dev. No. You don't think so? Because think about it this way, Ironic. How many platforming games are there made by solo indie devs? A lot. How many 3D platformer games? A lot less, but there's still a lot. And they make action third-person games all the time. Not even medium-sized teams fail to fill that space. And they make action in 3D third-person games all the time. That's true. That's true. I wonder why, though. Why did they fail that? Or one themed game made by a solo dev. Oh. Trench Tales. Sick. I wonder. Like, why do they fail that? Why do so many fail at third-person action combat? I think it's because they don't play WoW. That's my thought. They're not future gladiators in World of Warcraft. That's the reason why. Probably it's hard to do good combat. True. It is. Things I should have not have had to say at work today. I can't tell you your security info to pass the security check. Hardest part is to make responsive animation framework. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we've made some pretty fun combat in the past. I think Bear Attack Simulator had some fun combat during the energy drink boost. Like that Fist of Fury thing, that's fun. That's fun. I think that's really fun. Yes, that's why we make combat in this game, shooting bolts at stuff and standing mostly still. Instead of trying to make Dark Souls plus grappling hook plus times World of Warcraft. I mean, so one of the other big combat ideas that I had for this game was you do a grapple and then you can slam down on the ground. So we would do like you press the button, it does an engine time. So like we pause or we slow down the engine time for a moment and then you slam straight down on the ground and do like a big impact of goo splashing everywhere. That was one major attack mechanic I thought of that I think would be really, really fun to play. You definitely love the wire bug in Monster Hunter Rise. Gotcha. I mean, Seraphil, I don't have money to get any of these games or try them out, so I can check out YouTube videos of them though. You just play Marvel Rivals at some point. Wait, can you just play Marvel Rivals or some other slot for like 3 hours a day and get it out of your system? I could try that. Yeah, I could try that. We do have an upcoming game that I want to play. I'm trying to plan for it next Tuesday. So a week from today. It comes out tomorrow. And that game, it's not, I don't know if I would consider the game slop. I mean, it is. It's friend slop, but I like the guy who's making it. I think he's going to do a really good job. Comes out tomorrow. It's Cuff Bust. Cuff Bust is coming out tomorrow. So I'm putting together a little group of people, up to 10 people, to play Cuff Bust. I think that's going to be a fun game to play. I think so. I have really no idea what the gameplay is going to be like. I just know it's there. And I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be a good learning experience, especially. But yeah. For, I guess, stream slop games have pretty basic combat, so it's doable. I mean, the goal would be to have a game that is... You need to have... I think you need to have the combat, because... That's not AI generated? Goop, this game? This game is made by the same guy that made Choo Choo Charles. This game's really good. It looks really good. Looks like it's gonna be really good. I don't know if he used any AI in it. I guess you'd have to have an AI tag of some sort. But yeah, almost 2 quality. I mean, again, the dude who made this is really good. If he made a game that blew up like Choo Choo Charles as a solo dev, I mean, I would expect no less. When I think of you, I see a game like this with a ton of humor involved. Yeah, that's kind of the idea, is what I want to do, is make a game that would be silly. So using things like ragdoll physics for the enemy death animations and all of that. I think that would be really cool. Gang Beast, but more fun would be cool. That would be cool. That might be too much physics for me, though. Too many physics going on. Could be really cool, though. I did watch some people playing it earlier. Okay. Let's think of the physics in that game are funny. Yeah, they are. I don't know. I think we combine. We need to have combat, like, period. We just have to. And I know we can look at a lot of solo devs that have failed to do it or haven't even tried it because it's so difficult, but I think that's the route I would prefer to take, is to attempt to do it. So to do that, what we can do is we can have things like No, we could do? We could take the idea of the ground slowly filling with goo. We could take that idea and tie that to an objective. So if something goes wrong with an objective, or a certain objective isn't hit within a time, it starts filling with goo, and you need to then get to a point to turn it off as fast as possible. Something like that. And then you can still do there's still combat involved because there's enemies coming out all over the place. Maybe that's the idea. I think step 1, let's finish out this map. Let's finish out getting stuff just in the map. I don't know what that stuff's gonna be yet, but just get it there. Get random shapes and stuff in here. Open world instead of more corridor. I think an open world would be too much art though. That's the other difficult part. Too much. Door platform. Oh, not open world. Yeah. Just, I mean, like more open environment. Oh, yeah, we can make the environment bigger. I mean, the environment's also right now absolutely massive. Like this is a really, really big map. Really big map. Oh, I can't pause that. Awkward. It's a very, very big map. Let's do that. Like, this map is actually huge. It doesn't look huge because of the like perspective stuff, but this map is very, very, very large. Like this entire thing is big. This thing and all that. It's a big map. Yeah. Didn't expect to see you here and now. What do you mean? You didn't expect to see me here and now? iHeart, oh, it's Tuesday. Yeah, it is a Tuesday. It is indeed. Also, iHeart, I have a bone to pick with you. Can you exercise the AAA? Oh, I thought it was Wednesday, no. But iHeart, I have a bone to pick with you. A very big bone to pick with you. Can you answer a little question for me? Why is it that when I checked on Itch today, I saw this notification right here? What is this? 22 hours ago. 22 hours ago. What is this? 22 hours ago. And I'm sitting here thinking we're buds. I'm thinking we're friends. I think we're buds. We're like, oh, we made a game together. But no, wasn't even. So if I check, you're following me too? Yeah, most certainly. Most certainly. Look, boom. Following. I've been following. You can scroll through those notifications. You won't even see it because I've been following for ages. Ages. Years. Centuries. So much time. I was just going to add our game to my page. Ah, I see. And then I noticed. Huh. Likely story. Likely. All right, let's add more stuff. We need to add more things. I need science things. Science things. Johnny Test Laboratory. Images. We need lasers. Kivino will learn through fire. Exactly. Exactly. A little fire. I think a little fire is good for you. A little fire is good. Let's do a CSG box. Go to it. And then 2 by 2. Boom. I'm gonna put it here. What's the new idea? That's a good question. We're kind of messing around trying to figure it out right now. So far, we're on an idea of a laboratory, and the laboratory is about to explode, and so you need to get to the exit. But blocking your way to the exit, there are objectives, things you need to do, and then failed experiments that you need to fight. So then you can unlock the door and go. Laboratory. Isn't that laboratory? That's the bathroom. Yeah. I also understand why. Oh wait, I do understand where Ironic is coming from. Yeah, no, me too. Ironic basically thinks it's better to focus your time on creating a very fun traversal game, like those climbing the tower/mountain games instead of focusing on combat. Yeah, no, I understand where Ironic's coming from with that for sure. But also, I just want to get really good at combat stuff. I think that's where a lot of fun comes from. Like the idea which increases your chance of getting sales, so you can make more games and expand your team. True. I think that idea is really good too. But I also think that the way to create a game, or a game that will increase our sales and thus increasing the team, would be making games with combat in them. I think combat sells. I think so. But then again, I only really play and look at games that have combat. I don't think I have played any games besides like Repo, like the friend slop stuff, without combat. I can't think of any. Hey, beautiful. Oh, hello, Mazu. How you doing? Welcome in. Oh, not Kavino. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. We're on the same page. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Also, I think it's best to follow your gut and intuition ultimately. See, that's the other dangerous part though, is my gut is not experienced in game dev. My gut is not experienced in game dev. So I don't know. It's not tried and true. Like when you go to lifeguarding, for example, I can look at someone about to jump in the water and be like, that kid's gonna drown in approximately 45 seconds. And then I watch them jump in, they swim around for a second, and then all of a sudden they start drowning. It's like that gut I've trained for ages, for years. But I haven't trained my gut for game dev enough yet. So it's hard to tell. Hard to tell. Learn from experience, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Let's do an X of 20, 4, and do 8, like that. Yeah. Boop. There we go. Something like that. But yeah, that's the idea. Boom. Bring this up. Then we can go an X of 8, 8 by 2, like so. And then we need little zappy things. Maybe we even do like 4 by 2. What you doing, Kavino? I'm just building out a map right now, because I'm not quite sure what this game's gonna be yet. Not quite sure. So I'm building out a map, something that looks like a science lab. And then from there, I can kind of work the movement a little bit better, make it feel good, and then hopefully figure out where to add the combat, how to add the combat, and all of that. That's kind of the idea right now. Boom. Duplicate. And then we'll do another one here. Sure. That'll work. Like that. And then on the cylinder, I need a CSG torus. Like so. And then I can bring... Kavino, it's cold and dark already. 8 p.m. Should I bake cookies? Yeah. You should bake, I think, honestly, just basic chocolate chip. Basic chocolate chip. I think that would be good. Cinnamon rolls would be good too. Yeah, cinnamon rolls would be good too. Let's pull this up to there. And then we can duplicate it. Bring it down. And then we bring the inner radius in. Outer radius. Like that. There we go. Beautiful. I don't have chocolate, but I could make shortbread cookies. Shortbread cookies could be okay. I'd prefer like sugar cookies, honestly. I like sugar cookies. Those are pretty good. There we go. That looks like a nice spike. So let's delete that. And then this guy, we just do a little loop, duplicate, loop, like so. There we go. Little zappy thingies. What they are, I don't know yet. What they're used for, I don't know yet. But they're there. They're there. CSG box. Boom. Where is it? There it is. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. And then go to the X. Pull it up. Doop. And then zoop. Oh. Take this. Doop. Doop. Wait. Like that. Like that. Boom. Oh, that snapped too much. That's too much snappage. We'll just stretch it. That's fine. Boom. What is this? I don't know. But it's a science thing. They have these in science labs. Fun fact. Fun fact. Starting to look like Smash Brothers platform. Kind of. I mean, I'm not quite sure what I'm going for here. But I know there's objectives. And I know we need to add science tools, like a bunch of stuff all over the ground. I do know that much. Yeah. I don't know. I'm definitely in a loss for what exactly I'm making. I'm definitely at a loss. Yay, science stuff. But why? But why what? Let's do this. Duplicate. On the X. Like that. Duplicate. Like that. That one's too far. Like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. There we go. You're making a set and props before you have a plan? Kind of. Yeah. Kinda. I'm doing the reason I'm making like a set of stuff, zappy things, is so that I can better work on the traversal, like the movement within the game. That's the main reason why I'm doing this first, is just to work on the traversal. So I can see like, oh, there's stuff in the way. This should make it a little bit easier. Boom, boom. And then I can, by having stuff all over the place, I can kind of work the movement, make it feel better. Because we're already at the point now where the movement feels like movement, but we need to have, you know, stuff in the way. We need to have things where we can grapple them, we can run to them, we can zip around and all that fun stuff. So yeah, that's kind of what I need to do now. Boom. Just fill the area, and then we can work on like a ground movement. So what kind of ground movement do we want? We have double jumping, but yeah. Oh, okay, so gray boxing. Yes, yeah. We're gray boxing. We're not making actual things right now. Like none of this is permanent whatsoever. These are just gray boxes. Just quick little things to give an idea. Wow, that was actually like pretty on point right there for size. Coils seem detailed? No, I mean a little bit, yeah. They're just to show that they're coils. Just all I did was just put some toruses on them. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Just to get a little idea. And then what I could do from here is like, if we find a good game loop, or when we find a good game loop, then we can reach out to an artist and we'll already have like a generally gray boxed out idea. And then they can That way they have like a reference to kind of look at and go off of, make it a little bit easier. Which is something I kind of learned from working with artists so far, is if I show like, oh, these are coils, then the artist will go, oh, they're not just points, they're like coils. Okay, I understand. And then can kind of build off from there. Boom, boom. This needs to go down the ground a little bit. Bloop. There we go. All right, we need to do another thing. So I like the idea of having these platforms like this on the walls as well. So not just the pipes, but some kind of like jut out platform things. Let's move this up. Lights, vat, box, door. Boom. I can do that. Yeah, that makes sense. Door, platform. We need to do another CSG cylinder. And pull that up. Over. Ooh. Over. There we go. And then we can do a radius of 15. Yeah. Drop that down. There we go. We'll put it like here, maybe. Or we could even jut it out more. To like there. That could be something. Big platform. What would be on this platform though? Let's see. Images. Beakers. We don't have any beakers. So we can do beakers. Beaker things. Yeah. So we can call this the beaker platform. And then we will add a CSG box. It's for a little table. Bloop. 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 Something like that. Boom. Boom. We'll go... Oh, wait, no. Sorry. 4 by 10. There we go. Slap it in the middle. Like that. And then... box. Down. Go to the X. And that. Bring it over. And then bring it over. And over. Sure. Sure. There we go. Then all we got to do, duplicate, bring it there. Huge pipes coming off from some kind of machinery would look nice if you can figure your splines out. Yeah, we did figure those out. They're just too much of a pain in the butt to do, honestly. For like a quick gray boxing. It just seems too much. So yeah, there we go. Duplicate. Boom. Okay, that's not gonna work. Duplicate. Boom. That's good enough. There we go. Table. And then we can do CSG sphere. Yeah, we're not doing any of the like rounded pipes. Like these pipes are not going to be straight. They'll be curved and stuff as well. I'm just I'm just trying to go relatively quick on this. I don't want to spend too much time gray boxing this random stuff because I don't know what's actually going to stick and what's not. So just trying to take it little bits at a time. Let's use a cylinder. Up. Make it short. Even shorter. Let's go like 0.5. And then 0.25. And then we can bust it down to 4. 6. Yeah, 6. Rotate it. Cork it. Boom. There's a beaker. Yeah. That's not a beaker. That's a... I forgot what they called them. It's a thing. I know it's a thing. Could use polygons as well, but I'm thinking just simple shapes. Elder Scrolls potion. It's a there's an actual name for it. I think it's a flask. Like a something Myers flask, maybe. Something like that. I forgot. I haven't been in science class in years. Boom. When was the last science class I was in, actually? Aside from like computer science, I don't think I was ever... $17? Maybe when I was 7. So a decade ago. Last time I was in science class was a decade ago. Holy moly. Is that right? I think it is. A decade ago. Oh man. That's terrible. 1 decade ago. Holy. Do you like that? And then we can add another box. 25, 25, 25. Boop. There we go. Camino getting old, yeah. It's just a round flask, usually used for heating / icing. Yeah, but there was like a name for it. I remember there being a name for it. The name's evading me though. Something like that. I remember there's Bunsen burners we could do as well. Sure. Florence flask? Is that what it is? A Florence flask. CSG combiner. And then we can do a flask platform. Sure. We'll grab all these. Boom. And then we can use collision, geometry, quick load, boom. There she blows. Are you watching Breaking Bad, or was that someone else? I was, yeah, I was. I finished it. I did finish Breaking Bad. That's me? No. No, that was me. Oh, we both were, apparently. Apparently so. I started watching Breaking Bad a couple months ago, maybe. I just finished it recently. Something like that. Yeah, literally just finished it 2 weeks ago. That's about where I finished it. I think we were watching at the exact same time. Holy moly. Now we're watching Better Call Saul. I haven't gotten to that yet. I was thinking about it. But then I said, Camino, is this locking in? And then I responded to myself saying, no, it's not. So now I have migrated to watching game dev tutorials and game dev YouTube when I'm right before I go to bed. I watch game dev stuff. There we go. Mr. White, yo. Let's add another pipe. So what I can do is take this pipe, duplicate it, bring it over, rotate it, Boom. And then I'm going to make the radius 8. Yeah. Boom. Were you watching it through the hole in my wall? I can neither confirm nor deny these allegations, as those could be considered stalking. And yep. 12. Boom. Yeah, there we go. Like so. And zoop. Bam. Big tubular wall, dude. Boom. I'm reporting you to Netflix. What? Why are you reporting me to Netflix? Please don't. They'd be so mad at me. They'd cancel my show coming up. They have strict rules. That's true. They do. They do have strict rules. But we don't want them to cancel my show, so let's not. It'll be our little secret. Boom. Boom. And then zoop. Yeah. Yeah. Netflix used to be cool. Didn't they revert that or something? And they added like a sharing plan, I think. Or am I thinking of something else? I thought they added some kind of sharing plan. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I have an idea for the corner. The lab is starting to look like a lab. I just need to add even more things to it though. Maybe some cages. Wild West of streaming and sharing. That's true. Most things, it seems like a lot of things, or dare I say everything, starts off as like a Wild West. And then they get rules and they become strict about things. Ugh. They would charge you for devices outside your home, so it's kind of a sharing plan, but then again, it could just be you traveling. Ooh, that's gross. That would be gross. Speaking of traveling, I'm realizing how much it's gonna cost just to, like, I'm trying to figure out solutions for the internet stuff, so I can have internet while I'm in Germany, and so I can stream, do like the IRL streaming stuff as well. And oh boy, is it looking expensive. Like, stupid expensive. Like, ridiculously expensive. So I gotta figure out a new plan. A new plan. How am I going to stream in Germany? I don't have a solution yet. I don't have a solution yet. Let's see, if I do that. Okay. But I want this like this. Yeah. Yeah. A little bit more. Yeah. There we go. Beautiful. Let's bring the height to 4. Phone. Well, yeah, I'm gonna use my phone, but like the internet part is the expensive one. Except because I was traveling a lot, can't use my credentials at hotels. Oof. We'd only be able to stream at the event, not in transit. No, I'm gonna find a way to stream in transit and at the event. I'm gonna find a way. I'm not giving myself any other options. I gotta find a way. How I'm gonna do it yet, still unsure. But I will find a way, because you know what they say, if there's a will, there's a way. So I just gotta find someone named Will, and he'll show me the way. I guess I'll be fine for now. And then I'll do a bloop. Little subtraction. There we go. Looking nifty, a little pool, a little vat. How expensive is it? So what I can do is I can tell my phone plan that I'm gonna go international, and they will activate my service, and that will be about, I think it is $20 a day that I'm there. So $20 a day, I'll be there for about a week. So an extra $140, which kind of blows. Kind of blows. Yeah. But I think that it's either I do that or I pull some money out of investments and out of my like emergency fund stuff, and I get a wireless router, and then use that money, use the wireless router, get like unlimited for a month kind of deal, and use that. 2 options. And that would just be my wireless access point, so then I could use my phone with it and I can stream with it. I don't know if that's gonna work well, but that's the other option. CSG cylinder. I'm still trying to figure out which one makes more sense. Because I think it would be useful to have a wireless access point that I can take around places. But how often am I really going to use it would be the question. And I don't know the answer to that. Let's do this. Then we'll do 24. 20? Yeah, I can do 20. Let's do 6. And then 5. 10. Yeah. Soup. And then soup. And there we go. Oh, don't do that. There we go. Boom. Now that's a thing. And then I can duplicate it, change the radius to 4 and the height to 8, pull it down like so, and then hit it with a subtraction. Boom. There we go. Now we got a little waterfall feature, goofall feature, if you will. Although I do want to go bring that down a little bit more. Yeah, that'd be good. And then CSG combiner. Honestly, if you're not going to use it the whole lot, then it feels like option 1 would be better plan. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm leaning. Like, the only other place I could see is last year I had this idea to go skiing and then make like an infinite runner simple downhill skiing game while skiing. So I could use it then. Is that a great idea? I haven't skied in like 2 years now. So maybe not the best of ideas. Maybe not. Let's see. Goofall feature. But I'm not sure. Quick load. Boom. There we are. Okay. So we got a little feature on the corner. We got a pipe thing. Maybe I do cages. Yeah. Some cages now. So I need to do a CSG box. Boom. I'm going to call this cage. The cage, we want it because a player is 2 meters tall, rounded. So we want the cage to be 4x4. Like that. Nicholas? Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Boom. Boom. And we can have varying sizes as well. But we'll do like cages on the side. Something like this. Yeah. Oh. Oh. There we go. There we go. There is no spoon, Kavino. Spoon? What are you talking about, Sam? No spoon. Duplicate. And I made this, what, 4x4? So we can do 3, 3, 3. That's not bad. Let me just pop it out. Bloop. Yeah. And then we'll do a subtraction. We want collisions on. Oh, I don't have to click that yet because I'm going to put it in combiner. There we go. Cage. And then I can do a CSG cylinder. Boom. And pull it up. We want to switch the sides to 16. And then the radius to 0.25. 0.125. Perfect. Spoon is actually Half-Life 3. Oh. It was a Half-Life reference. I am not cultured enough for this. Boom. Boom. Man. I am not a, I'm gonna say it now. I'm not a fan of, making maps. Not a fan. Boom. 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 There's a cage. There we go. Cage. And then I can make another cage. More of a physics guy, not a mapper. I don't even know about that. I wouldn't go physics. That's a little far. Maybe more of just a guy, you know? Just a guy. 1.5. I'm just a guy. That's all I am. It's a reference to a movie. I was explaining it to Kavino. I'm just a guy talking to a girl. No, I'm not talking to any girls. No, no, no. They're dangerous. Then we go here. And then there. My pipes. Why are the pipes off? Oh no. Boom. To be honest, be truly honest, have you seen The Matrix? Yes. I have seen The Matrix. Multiple times. Boom. I've watched The Matrix movies at least 2 times. At least. And then probably like, if you count like one of those like half watches where you're hanging out with a bunch of people and it's like running in the background, but then like you're watching it, but you're not like watching it, then half a dozen times. But I wouldn't count that as watching. All right. Boom. Cage. And then, we could do just a duplicate. Boom. Or duplicage. Let's do another round. Boom. Boom. And then I'll take this cage, duplicate, bring it over, bring it there, round it. There we go. Little semicircle of cages. And then I can do, just to fill some space, duplicate, pop it over, bring it over, transform, 3. Oh, 3. 3. Okay, that might be too big. Okay, that's definitely too big. 2. 2. There we go. There we go. That's a cage. Right for the corner. Right over. Forward. Over. Yeah. That's a cage right there. There we go. And then we can do a... This I'm thinking is like because scientists do tests on animals. So this is like the animal testing area, or the experimental testing area. So what we can do is make a table. Boom, boom. Boom. Put head crabs in one of the cages. Yeah, we can put a bunch of like little funny nods and stuff in the cages. I think that would be good. I think the Y of 1 is fine. 4, 8, 4. That's a pretty good cage. Boom. Pull it up. Probably pull it up by 1 meter. Yeah. And then add a CSG box. Make this 0.5 by 0.5. Now we pop it over. Boom. 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 Wait, line it. And align it. Boom. Name it Lamar. Sure. I think we could do that. All right, we got to figure out the mechanics though as I'm building this though, because I'm just kind of building something without any rhyme or reason. We're still on making every single little detail. No, not every detail. I'm more using this as inspiration. So I'm looking at, okay, what is in a laboratory? And then what are things I can do to make this more exciting? That's kind of where I'm at right now. So not 100% sure. And then height 1, 5. There we go. And then we go boom. Boom. We could probably make it bigger. There we go. Mars is such a great name for a head grab. Gotcha. I know nothing about this. Wait, was that on the ground? Now it is. Why? And then duplicate, 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 duplicate. There we go. Sushi Cat, how are you doing? Oh, you're stuck in an ad. This is awkward. How are y'all doing? What were y'all working on, if you can hear me? Because I know there's ads going on right now. Boom, boom. For those of you who don't know me and can hear me, hello, my name is Cavino. We are working on a new game that I'm not quite sure what it is yet. Not quite sure what it is yet. So we're messing around with our goo grappling mechanics. We're thinking something to do with like a science lab gone wrong type of deal. That's kind of the thought. But besides that, not really too sure. Not really too sure. So I'm just making some little things here and there. And maybe I'm going a little too crazy with these spikes. Now that I'm doing it and saying everything out loud. That's good enough. You get the idea. Oh dear. Okay. What were y'all working on? What were y'all doing? We are I rated the perfect place then. I was doing science themed chatting stream. Oh, there you go. We looked at some science news. So maybe y'all can give me some advice for what our our science zone needs. So I'll give you a little showcase. Let me slap all these into a CSG combiner and then call this the testing zone, or the creature testing zone. Yeah, and then we'll use collision on them, and we will just add our little debug material. There we go. Save. So this is what we got so far. This is what we got. Zen crystals and head crabs. So you're a scientist who accidentally covered himself in goo, and you're trying to remove the goo. That's the idea so far. We got the goo grappling mechanic, so you can kind of grapple around. Oh, you miss sometimes because it's too far. But you can grapple around. You can boing, grapple around, go around the map, and that's about all we got so far. So I'm adding like little science things, like every science laboratory has a computer. They have a jumbotron with like a big accelerator thing. They have cages with animals for testing. Yep, I think that's right. They got spikes on their tables for testing. They got cloning chambers. Yeah, again, all of this is just quick and dirty. They got these Tesla coil things, these coils where you do science with them. That's about it. I also haven't been to science class in over a decade, so yeah, kind of just guessing. I have an idea. Oh, please let me know. Also, what were you working on? What were you doing besides you're just looking at science stuff, science articles? And is there anything like specific for like something cool you saw? Because I know nothing about science, recent science especially. But yeah, this is what we got so far. So we're trying to figure out what we're gonna do, what this game's gonna be. We're thinking you escape from the science lab like it's going to explode, and you gotta like do some kind of objectives. That's kind of the thought. And then you like make it to the door, but still not 100% sure. Not 100%. Zoop. Zoop. Boing. Zoop. Oh my lord. The swinging around's kind of fun. I do need to fix it up a little bit more with the momentum carrying, but I think the animations are also going to help it a ton. Boing. Yeah, it should have brought us up. Okay. Close that. There we go. Let me get the... I don't think we did a shout out. Sometimes scientists come up with ideas to do certain things like medicine or even engineering inspired by like things animals do. So maybe creatures can have/do certain things that give a clue to what to create. Oh, that's a pretty cool idea. That's a pretty cool idea. Boom, 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 and boom. Got it. There we go. That's a pretty cool idea. Yeah, I want to add... So we have this movement thing, and I want to add some kind of combat to the game, because I think that would be really fun. Like your failed science experiments break free, and you gotta fight them in order to get to the exit kind of deal. But not too sure. I messaged you, Kavino. Nice, Tommy. I'll check it out after stream. But yes. Yeah. So we got that. We got kind of a map-ish. I think we just need to start working on mechanics though. Focus on work. You're right, CSLR. We definitely just need to start making some kind of mechanic, something to do in the game, because right now you don't really do anything. Oh, hey, I finally have watch streak back on this. We have watch streaks on this channel? Wait, what? I didn't know that. Wait, do we? Can I see my own watch streak? No. I didn't even know we had watch streaks. That's sick. Who has the highest watch streak? That would be my question. Boom, boom. All right, so let's see. We basically usually just look at 7 Days of Science videos who like to do a little compilation with short explanation of papers around the week and play a game called Metazua, where you need to guess the animal based on the phylogeny tree. Phylogeny tree. Did I get that word right? You just had to do art though. Had some hand overwork. So I need to be careful with that these days. Some hand overwork? Oh, like you overworked your hand? Gotta do some finger exercises. The finger mewing. Yeah. Not sure if I wrote the word right. Oh, phew, we're set then. We're all good. We're all good. All right, so the goo place. Most likely got tendinitis from it. Ooh, yikes. My fingers have been getting dramatically weaker since I started streaming. And so I actually just do this quite often. I need to work on my finger strength. Go to the finger gym and start lifting. Cause oh boy. Let's see. I think what I want to do is get some goo. Call this AIME. AME. The game. Oh, call this game the Good Place. The Good Place. Read my messages when you get a second. I posted it in chat. What, Tommy? Read your messages. Oh, I almost completed restoring the villa. Nice. I found some workouts too. Did some so far. I need to ease into it because it hurt. Oh, finger workouts. I remember when I was doing esports, we used to actually like work out our hands, and you had to like put it on a table and like do the finger lift stuff. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Guitar. Listen, my guitar, we don't ever break out my guitar. I think it's actually just over behind me. But no, we don't break out my guitar. Cookies are done. They were lovely. What do you mean they were lovely? Weren't you making those for me, iHeart? Wasn't that the whole plan? You were gonna mail them to me? But Coda wants me to share. Oh, good. See, Coda coming in clutch. Yeah, you can just mail them to me. Or you can stop by Godot Fest and drop them off for me. Yeah. I had to safety test them. Yeah, check for poison. I always do that for sure. That could probably help in general too, no? Probably. Okie doke. Let's do game dev. Step 1. I think we're just gonna fill the ground. Just fill it with goo. Yeah. Are you having a layover in Copenhagen? No layovers. I almost went for a flight with a layover in London, but then I looked at the London airport and I went, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. Ooh, it'll be slippery or sticky floor. I think, wait a sec. That's a good idea. I was thinking just fill it up with like lava goo, like hot goo. But we could have alternative events that make the floor sticky or make the floor bouncy. We could. Expensive. Wait, are you? Oh yeah, very expensive not having a layover. Very, very expensive. Yeah, I went over my plane ticket budget by a lot. Direct flights are pricey. That they are. I went over budget. For sure for it. So that's cutting into my food fund. So it's okay though, because I plotted, maybe this is wrong, so someone can correct me, but I plotted out about $100 USD a day for food. Is that enough? Cutting into food funds, that's not good. Yeah, not really that good. But $100 a day for food, I think that's reasonable. I think that might even be more than what I would need. I think. Where are you going? Germany. So like Copenhagen. I mean, you have McDonald's there. Yeah, I don't want to go to McDonald's. That's crazy. You have grocery shop? That's easy. Yeah. I could just like... But it's German McDonald's. Is there a difference? Like that big of a difference? Maybe. Maybe there is. I don't know. All right, let's do a... Are there Germans in chat? I don't think so. There's definitely a difference. Yeah, but like, is it a big difference? Is it like... Like, I think no matter where you are, if you eat McDonald's, you're gonna... Does someone know a budget? That's a good question. Yeah, that would be useful if someone knows if $100 a day for food is enough. Like if I go, let's say I skip breakfast, no breakfast, and then I just need to cover lunch and dinner. Because at the hotel, I get free breakfast. And then I could even skip a lunch or two, because I could just take some waffles from the hotel breakfast and like shove them in my pocket or something for later. Some pocket waffles. That could work. Oh, hotel breakfast. That's nice. Yeah. So I think that could work. I was once in the EU and had my jaw drop. The whole meals being only $1. That was one time. Yo, if the meals are $1, I'm gonna be living like a king. 1 liter of milk is 70 pounds. Euros. 12 eggs, cheese, chicken breast, kilogram of rice, kilogram of apples, 1 bottle of mid-range wine, local beer, 640. Okay, I don't need half the stuff on that list, but that makes sense. Euro looks like E. True. Cut out chicken, double the wine. Exactly, TV. Yes, as someone who rarely drinks, yes. I was only on a date in Germany, so I have no actual idea for how much it costs. Sushi, if only. If only. If anyone wants to take me on a date to Germany for a week, I will kindly accept the date, and we can, you know, I can I'll walk next to you. You just have to pay for my food, and that's it. You just have to pay for dinner. Fine dining, preferably. Are you a cheap date? I have someone for you to meet. Oh? Who is that? His name is Cam. If anyone's looking, you know, gonna be in Germany and is looking for a date, that is not Scottish and named Cam, then you know, I'm open. I'm here. Hello. Just go out on a dinner date with Hypno. Hypno's covering my hotel. I can't do that, CSLR. Hypno's covering the hotel. That's the only reason I am able to go to Germany is because of Hypnotic. If anyone didn't know this, that's the only reason. Hypnotic's covering the hotel, which is like the cost of the plane ticket. And then we all band together here for the plane ticket. And then I'm just now figuring out food. Send you a link for McDonald's in the Discord. Thank you. He covers hotel, you cover dinner. It's crazy. So you have to buy Hypno dinner. It's got some super hot sauce. I've heard. And I missed a message. It was, isn't that your plan with Brainoid? Yeah, but Brainoid's gonna be so far away. Did you give him shares in FFS for that? No, because that would, giving shares in FFS would mean I would have to do some reconfiguration of the business, which would then cost me more money. So no, I did not. No. You could finance your whole trip like that. Just start giving away shares to the company. No, I don't think that's the play. I don't think that's a smart decision. Not a smart business decision. I'll take 30%. Oh, no. CSG box. And I'm gonna do this box is gonna be a big box. He already gets free money from us. Well, not from me, but you know, free money. Where's the free money coming from, iHeart? Where is this free money? I would love some free money. Boom. 20? No. We want, where is it? Main box. 100 by 200. 100, 200. There we go. Our wallets, if only. No, I actually, oh, you're not getting the free money? No. Camino just sits down in fancy restaurants, waiter comes, can I eat here for 20% cheer for my company? Forget I said anything. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. I'm just gonna, I wonder if you can like, can you do like street performances in Germany? Maybe that's what I do. I get some buckets and I try to play the drums for like food money. I'll get like 2 paper towel rolls from the trash. I'll flip a trash can or something upside down, and I can't make beats and I don't have the hand-eye coordination to do it. Be a statue? I can't, well, the paint's gonna cost money. I could be a statue though. I'm pretty good at being a statue. So that might actually be a good idea. Maybe that's the play. Yeah. Are you getting free lunches during? Yeah, during Godot Fest, yes. During, the lunch is covered. Make a get your game rated stand. Are there a lot of game devs in Germany? Boom. It feels like there's a lot of game devs in Europe compared to the US. Goofil. Boom. Free breakfast and lunch at the fest. Yeah, but that's only for 2 days. Yeah, so 2 lunches are free. 2 lunches are free. Yeah. Make money on the side. Maybe start an online game dev class. See, I was thinking about that, White Hat, but I'm not good enough at game dev to be able to do that. I need to have like a irrefutable like evidence that I know what I'm talking about. Because I don't think anyone has any business teaching unless they've done the thing themselves. That's just my personal opinion though. Like I'm sure there are great teachers out there who haven't done the thing, but I don't know. For me personally, to be able to teach something, I need to do it myself first and do it to a successful degree before I start teaching. Yeah. I mean, probably, but I don't think they're out on the street to get their game tested. Yeah, probably not. Hypno wants to go to the pub before picking you up. He's going to be destroyed picking you up for the airport. At 10 a.m.? At 10 a.m.? What? Oh, my lord. His name is Cavino. He will do anything for a free meal. Okay, do not say that, iHeart. No, 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 no. Not anything. No, no, no. No, no, no. 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 I will not do anything. No, 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 no. Don't be gross. Let's see. Access unique. His words, not mine. Well, it's Germany. I'm assuming bars are open earlier enough to start drinking. I'll have to message Hypno there. Let's do a funk physics process. And I can do var time equal 0. And then, looks like my house is getting deep clean for the cost of a meal. Wait, what? Deep clean for the cost of a meal. That's crazy. Crazy. Camino, we're talking about the same guy who willingly eats several million Scoville hot sauce at 4 a.m. Yeah, that's also true. That's also true. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be interesting. They say don't meet people online, but that's exactly what we're doing. Exactly what we're doing. Last time I did, it went really well. Last time I met random people online. Actually, last time. But yeah. I had to explain that to my parents. Wait, what? And there was making fun of me because I can't drink because I'm driving. Haha. So how do you know these guys? They're from online. They're on. You aren't going to meet online. It'll be in Germany. That's true. We're traveling across the world to go meet people from the internet. I think that's gonna be pretty cool. I love meeting strangers online and getting into their car. I pay for the privilege. Thanks, Uber. They used to say don't meet people online back in the 90s and hundreds, thousands, 2000s, the zeros. What do you call that? Nowadays, we use the internet to call a total stranger and get to their cars. Yeah. Especially when they have a history of drinking and speeding and getting pulled over and crashing their car and making just general bad life choices. Yeah. That is a little scary. A little scary. Yeah. It might be my last stream the day before we leave, which I also have to figure out the streaming schedule, how that's gonna work. Because it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough. I gotta figure that out. Heard of zeros as knots, as the knots, so you can say the early naughties. Is that what I'm supposed to say? I don't think so. Hey, now, I never said I was getting into Cam's car. Yeah, you gotta be I think you gotta be like a special kind of crazy to do that. I remember my early naughties. Please don't. I've always been a good guy. No, nothing bad. Oh, actually, let's do this. Let's just do this. Screw that. And we'll do timer. Rise timer. And then Goofill will use collision. And we'll do a I can't believe you read that out loud. Listen, I'm just reading things right now. You were just a twinkle in your dad's eye at the time. What? How do you remember iHeart's early naughties? Yeah, that's weird. How do you? I meant my ones. Oh. Appreciate the lurk, Sushi Cat. Thank you so much. It's a good time to lurk. Good time to lurk. We got some weirdos coming in. Let's see. Funk, Rise, or Goo Rise. Kavino, read my third message. Your third message? I remember them as well. You were still a twinkle in your dad's eye at that time. What? I'm confused. That was a mistake? Yeah, interesting tag. Huh. Okay. Kavino, you, Hypno, and me need to do this. What is it? This one? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not a chance in the world. No. No. Global position dot y equals lerp Goofill. Why? You don't want the content? That's not good content. That's just bad content. That's bad content. We don't want that. Oh, whoops. I did let's do this. Copy, paste, comma, go. There we go. Wait. Oh, that's fine. Const rise amount float equal 1. Hypno would be down to do it. Would he? That's the funny part. Are you winning? Lil Frosty, long time no see. No, not currently. Not currently. Kavino can't be giving away fun times for free. Exactly, iHeart. Kavino, I will offer you a $5 Savor Meal from McDonald's if you do it with me. What is a $5 Savor Meal? What is that? What is a $5 Savor Meal? A burger, fries, drink, or something like that? Oh, I don't know. I don't speak German. Yeah, sure. If you get me like a burger, fries, and then a very, very, very strong beverage, then yeah. Yeah, I'll do that with you. Sure. Sure. You just gotta get me in a place where I'm not making good decisions. Dollars in Germany no longer do beers. Good. Probably a dollar menu inflation. Thanks, Obama. I miss the Obama memes, top tier content. It really was. It was so good. Let's see. I Google what the Savor menu is. And the first item is sausage sandwich with ketchup. No, that sounds gross. Does our hotel have a bar? Probably. It's a good hotel. I think it's a 4-star. We're not in the 5-star. Godot Fest. There's the 5-star, the 4-star, and like the 2-star, if I remember right. Hotels. No, the 5, 4, 3. That's what it is. And we're in the 4. We're not bougie for the 5-star. That's where like the top tier people are going. All the high rollers. We ain't there yet. We ain't there yet. We ain't there yet. Wait, what? I was looking at the Marriott, but you guys went to the Sheraton. They're both Marriotts. Wait, Cam, did you get the 5-star? Did you go here? Oh no. I sent you the link to where we were going. Oh, crazy. Bear with me. That's funny. Let me double check my booking. It was expensive. I mean, both places are expensive. Let's be real. That's as much as I know. I mean, both are very expensive. The Westin Grand Munich is the same as Kavino's monthly revenue per night. Wait, what? Yeah, it actually is. Yeah. My monthly Twitch revenue. That's per night. Per night. That is absurd. It's $250? Yeah, my monthly revenue on Twitch. It's around like well, what is this? Is euros to USD? Euro to USD. And let's see, it was 156, 183, 183 bucks. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sounds about right. That's 181 for us US-ish. Yeah. I paid 650 pounds for 5 nights, closer to 700. I know car-wise, it was 480. Yeah. I'm excited. I'm just excited to see Cam dressed up as a chauffeur and picking me up. That's what I'm excited for. And I'm excited for him driving to the front gates of Godot Fest. There's no gates that I know of, but we need to look at it. Just driving up to it, opening the door for myself and Hypnotic, rolling out the red carpet, and then we proceed forward. I'm looking forward to that. The car also has the most premium car insurance. I pay 0 access. That's good. You're gonna need that. Well, hopefully you don't need it. Hopefully you don't. Let's do a timer. So rise timer, access unique, and we can do rise timer. Let's do a, just for testing purposes. Kavino, would you be mad if you found out I do go Godot Fest and just lied to avoid y'all and didn't share the cookies I just baked? iHeart, if you show up at Godot Fest and you did lie and you didn't bring apology cookies, I would never speak to you ever again. Ever. You'd be like, hey, Kavino. And I'd be like, did you guys hear something? Must just be the wind. That is what would happen. Oh, dang. I guess I shouldn't do that. Exactly. I got live. Hi, do you have a game in Next Fest? No. No, I'm not that cool. No, I don't. I only have games on a game on iOS and a bunch on itch. That's it. We're trying to make a Steam game right now, though. We will be making a Steam game next. I'll have to bake some apology cookies if I come. Yes, you will. Yes. Apology cookies. Some kind of apology food. If you, honestly, iHeart, if you showed up in the Freedom Forge Studios merch, that would probably be all is forgiven. That would be fine. If you rocked, if you wore the sweatshirt and you just rocked up with the sweatshirt, that would probably be fine too. I take it all back. Apology steak dinner, that will get you more than apology. That is like, I will profusely thank you and be like, everyone I talk to, I'd be like, they'd be like, wow, Kavino, you're so cool. And I'd be like, yeah, you know who else is really cool? iHeart. That's what I would do. A steak dinner. Oh, that is the key to solving any problem for me. A steak dinner. Does anyone know how to copy the external folder to inside a project? Copy an external folder to inside the project. Yeah, like you mean just bring something into the game? All you gotta do is just open up your actual game folder, and then you open up whatever you're trying to bring in, and then you just click and drag. That's it. You just go boom, boom. Boom, boom. That's it. Kavino, so my car at home has 87 health points. The car in Germany has 170 health points. Horsepower, not health points, I know. Yeah, you just drag the mouse. It's not that crazy. I mean, while it's running. While the game's running. You would have to, oh, you're talking about like you want it as like a mechanic? Trying to do something like Pokemon Home. Oh, you would need to go into the OS get file. It'd be like OS get the directory. You have to find if you look at the OS class, you'll find the answers there. Yeah, you'll find the answers there. Because that's the same thing as like getting a specific folder, and you could probably copy it over. Yeah. Yeah. Because my original offer was more than that. Wait, what was your original offer? Aw, your loyalty is so cheap. Just one steak dinner? Because my original offer was more than that. Oh, I mean, listen, iHeart. I'm not gonna lie to you. One steak dinner goes a very long way. Very long way. Multiple steak dinners? Say less. Multiple steak dinners, it is anything you need, anything you want, it's yours. That's the secret. So Kavino, I can cook you a steak. If you know how to cook a steak well and better than me, then most certainly. Most certainly. Yes. Does this work on the ladies? Asking for a friend. That's just our no. 0 to 60 in 4.5 seconds. Remember, you have precious cargo. Indeed. Yeah, I got a couple oldies in the car. Oldies. Kavino is a special breed. Yeah. Yeah. Rise. Time. Float. 2 equals rise. Rise time. And then we can do rise timer dot timeout dot connect on, wait, do the approved way. Rise timer timeout, And then we do a wrapper function. And we do on rise timer timeout void goo rise. Oh, wait a sec. That's not right. I can tween it. Lurk gotta go for cookies with Coda. Ooh, sounds good. Enjoy your lurk and enjoy your cookies. You and Hypno are like pushing 40s. Cam, I'm not even 30. What do you mean? Not even close to 30. Not even close. I'm young and spry. There's no any kind of existential rush in my life going on. Absolutely not. No way. That's preposterous. Create tween. Boom. Tween dot tween. Princess Diana treatment will be in place within the car. Good. For the record, that is a joke. I don't know the thing. Let's do copy, paste, and then we want to do the property. Oh. Boom. Property, global position, Y. Final value will be the goo fill dot global position dot Y plus rise amount over 1 second. Sure. Do you not know what happened? No. Or at least I don't remember. I've probably heard of it. Yeah, see, he's not old. Everyone knows what happened. Speed and power in a tunnel is a big no-no. Gotcha. Rise amount. That should be good. And then we call goo rise. And then we also need to say, actually, I can just do an auto start like that, and that would loop it, right? After enters trees, set to false. There's nothing, timer is running an editor. Oh, okay. So let's do a one shot. We can then start the timer. Rise timer, start. And then rise timer, start. Boom. Now let's play it. Oh! Is it rising? Huh. Oh, it's rising. It's rising. Her chauffeur got a tiny bit dazzled by flashing lights. Ooh, that's not good. That in a car crash. Gotcha. Oh no. It's rising. Oh no. Ah. Goo is everywhere. Oh no. Whatever are we gonna do? Oh. 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 Okay. Okay. We have an idea. There's a game mode for Gmod called Flood, I think. Oh. Oh. Yeah, the kind of base idea right now is there might be like some kind of chance where the thing's flooding, your laboratory's flooding. Maybe. Not 100% sure still how we're gonna do this. Let's quick load some goo material like that. And then we're also gonna do the set transition. Set trans to probably back. So it goes like boing, 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 like that. I think that'll work. Yeah. Let's rise it by 0.5. Like that. So we have it now where it will rise. we then need to figure out the rest of the actual game. So what are the objectives? What's going to happen? That is the question. I wonder if... I want to try... Well, no, that would be juicing. Let's not do that yet. Just need to go up. And then what we'll do is when you reach this point, you can then... We'll go to the door. We'll do an area 3D. Do the collision. And we'll use a box. And what we can say is once you reach the door... There we go. You'll press E. And then you win. Something like that. Boom. Boom. That's not centered. Boom. Boom. There we go. What up, Green Kitty? What else? I guess I should probably pop it out a little bit more. Like that. Yeah. Yeah. And then we can do project settings, input map, interact. And then we can make E. Boom. Door area. And then what I'll do here is I'll just do create and then say on body entered, connect. We'll do can interact true, not func, var can interact as a bool false. Then we also need to do exited, or that's body shape. Wait a sec. Disconnect that. Entered. Connect. Exited. Connect. Boom. Delete. There we go. Boom. Can interact equals can interact. Like so. Okay. Then we need the door area to mask the player. We can leave it on layer 1 for now. And we'll do a func unhandled input if event is action pressed interact. Then we check if not can interact return. Otherwise, we do get tree reload current scene. Boom. Like so. So now when we get to the end, we should be able to just reload. Hup. I missed. Hup. There we go. Hup. Oh, I missed. Uh-oh. Hup. There we go. I made it. Let's let the goo rise. Oh. I see what's going on. The angle of the goo, because I'm using a shader. But if I press it, boom, interacts. Sweet. Easy does it. Then in here, we'll just do a if body is not player, return. There we go. Let's go goo fill. And we can do... I'll just do a standard for now. Albedo green. That's fine. That's fine. Cool. So we now have an area that will fill with goo. Yep. That's good. Yeah. That's like the simple stuff. But now what we need to do is we need to go to our pipes. We gotta lay some more pipes down. So let's do pipe 9. Yeah. No, pipe 9's too big. Pipe 7. Pipe 7 could work. But I think we just go with like pipe 6. Duplicate it. Bring it over. Bring it over. Bring it up. Something like that. Just to have like another swing point. Boom. Something like that. Let's go to the whole map. Boom. Boom. There we go. That should work. I could even zoop. There we go. That should be enough. Save that. Okay, so we now have an area. We need objectives. So things to do that will reduce the goo going up. Maybe. So what I want to do actually is I want to try something interesting. I want to try making a rigid body, and I'll add a mesh instance to it. We'll do, let's see, a box. Bring it down. There we go. We'll make the box like 10. Why is Switch 2 $500? Did you do this? No, but that sounds like kind of a deal. Or wasn't the Switch 2 like $1,000? Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was. Collision shape. Box. What did I do? 10 by 10? Yes, I did. Boom. It's always been around 400 to 500. Oh, okay. No idea. All right, so the idea here is I'm using a rigid body. It's been slightly more expensive in the US because of import tariffs, yeah. What I'm thinking is test objective platform, like so. We'll add a material to it, and we'll do like, well, it's gonna be green, so let's do blue, like that, just so it's different. And then in here, we will also do, I think we need to do collision and put this on a new layer, but mask 1. I think some early scalpers had like 700. Ooh. Then we do debug, test objective platform create. And what we'll do, what is this? This is a test platform that I'm making. So the idea here is I want to see this platform rise with our goo that's rising. And I want it to, when we interact with it, I'd like for it to, what's the word I'm looking for? To lower the goo. That's what I'd like it for it to do. So we'll do, let me think here. I think we need an area, and it's basically gonna be the same thing as the door for now. So we'll do a area. Boom. And then collision, no layer needed, masking 2. And then I can take the collision shape, probably pop it up just a little bit so we can get the player. There we go. And then I will body entered, exited, And then we'll do a var can interact bool false. Then I'll go this, do this. And then we'll say if body is not player, return. Then we'll say can interact. Boom. Like so. And then we can do a func unhandled input. If event is action pressed, interact, then we do if can interact, return. Otherwise, we will do a could do a signal. Or I could just get the export var test scene as a node 3D. And then I'll just call test scene dot let's see. Test scene dot func goo fall void snag this, copy, paste, tab, and then minus rise amount. Cool. And then we can do, actually we'll do a fall amount instead. Const fall amount float. We'll do double. And then we can do minus fall amount. There we go. For some reason, I had an if statement check if it was the server to spawn the Titans into the world, which is an issue because the function has to happen on the server and client. Huh. Yeah, so goofall. Let's do scene.goofall. And then, yeah, let's test this out. So I'll do a test objective platform. Like so. Do that. Now, in theory, what should happen... Oh, this goof field doesn't have a collision shape, though. Oh, it is colliding, though, because it's a CSG box. But we just need to mask the layer 5 as well. Now let's see it in action. Whoa, we making progress. Trying to. So, yay! Look at that. It goes up. It goes up. I can't stand on it, but it goes up. And if I press it, ooh, because I didn't export the scene. Okay, let's do objective platform. And let's go to the collision shape. And we need to also mask the player. Boom. What did I miss? You didn't miss much. You didn't miss much. We're just trying to figure out some mechanics, trying some new things out, seeing what sticks. Pun intended. Let's assign this. There we go. There we go. Boom. So I think it'd be cool to have some kind of like some of the objects kind of float up. Oh. Oh. Don't step on it. No, don't step on it. No, it's gone forever now. Okay, so it needs to... needs to handle the player landing on it. and not move when the player lands on it. So what we can do is maybe I just fake it by doing a well, no, there should be a way where solver, gravity scale, mass distribution, auto mode, center will calculate automatically based on the shapes. It also assumes the origin's the center of mass. Smell the body center mass is set to the center of mass default. How do we make a physics platform that we can stand on? Another thought is we just put another platform on the platform. But that feels weird. We can't do a static on it. The static won't move. I wanted to take some... What's wrong? When the player lands on the item, it pushes it all the way down. It goes down too much. So I need to make it so it can handle the player's weight a little bit more. I think that's gonna be in like the maybe linear. Yeah. It will not be that simple. Oh, it's not that simple. So if it's not going to be that simple, then what I can do instead is just put a new one on and double it. But that won't give the feel I'm looking for of standing on a wet platform. Yeah. All right. But first, we have ads coming up, so I'm going to chuck on the words. I haven't stood up in like 4 hours. I need to stand up. I need to get some water. That's what I need. So chucking on the words, heading to level 1. Lots of fun. And then when we get back, we will make this platform feel more like a boat. So you step on it, it kind of goes down a little, and then floats. Yes. All right, I'll be right back. Boop, boop. I have returned. Oh my god, Kavina's back. I missed you so much. I thought my life was over without you. Boom. There we go. Good day, Hypnotic. All right, so it's not gonna be that simple, is where we left off at. Godot, how to make floating platform on water. Sure. Try to make a character float naturally on water. When I run the game, it only checks once if the player is in the water. Impulse upward velocity, then continues to sink. Okay. Sure, it's because you have an enter signal. Wait. There we go. There's games on Reddit now? Huh. Close all that. Close all that. Okay. Make a on area 3D entered. It's a in water variable true. Use conditional, add the velocity lerp when the player is true, if not false. So they're saying to add velocity to the object when you're standing on it. That doesn't seem right. Something doesn't seem right about that. I'm gonna call that's wrong. That's a vertex shader thing, isn't it? I have a game where 90% of it's water. Question. For a settings menu, would you prefer to have the same scene for both the main menu and the pause menu settings, or to have one scene for the menu and a smaller one for the pause? I think I would prefer to have them two separate things. I wouldn't want to see the main menu again if I paused. I think that'd be too confusing. Typically, I mean, my go-to is just following the central method where you have your pause menu that appears. You could do it over on the other side as well and do that. But yeah, the main menu, like the main pause menus I ever see are either center or on the left. Unless you're in like Vietnam, then you put it over to the right. You don't need to float with physics. Well, I need the thing to not go down. So the other option I can think of is just have another platform on the platform. That would be my other thought. You wouldn't see the main menu. It'd be within the pause menu. You wouldn't see the main menu. It would be within the pause menu. Oh. If there is no main menu, then yeah, put it out. Whoa, I got really blurry there. I'd put it within the pause, yeah, probably. I'm not too sure. I'd have to see the game. All right, let's think. What if I just do the... custom? Sorry, very confusing, no sweat. What if I do this and I say, your character body has infinite mass and will just push all rigid bodies? Ah. I see. That's a problem. That's where custom movement rabbit holes start. Welcome to the club. Yeah, like learning about how to move with a rigid body instead of the basic character body. That could be the play. Use an animatable body. Was an animatable body 3D. 3D file, it can't be moved by external forces. When moved manually, it affects other bodies in its path. Animatable 3D physics body can't be moved by external forces or contacts. It can be moved manually. When it's moved, it's linear, angular, estimated, and used to affect other physics bodies in its path for moving platforms, doors, and moving objects. So you're saying make the... So what you have to do is make this platform an animatable body that just rises with the water or with the goo. But what all that would do is it would just bring the platform up and you wouldn't get that shaking feeling, which is a requirement for feeling good. Now, maybe this is too far thinking with it. Maybe. What do you mean? So when you have a rigid body, you have the power to code any kind of shaking you want. Well, yeah, of course. But I'm saying yeah, you can animate a rocking motion, but it's going to be coded as compared to the physics, which is based off of where the player lands on the object. So if the player lands here, then this part's going up. And I guess you could code that and figure out the position on the object that the player's at, and then raise the opposite, lower that one by a clamped amount. And that would simulate the rocking. That seems weird though. Something about that seems like it's overly complex. Does the player have mass? Like, is there a variable? It says behavior to apply when leaving a moving platform by default to be physically accurate. You leave the last platform velocity applied, add velocity. Fully simulated physics isn't complex. Well, I didn't say it isn't complex. Kinematic body, then it's infinite. Making a platform out of a rigid body and having it exactly how you want to do is just as complex as this, maybe even worse. Ah, I see. Can we do a like constant force dot y plus equals inf, and then it wouldn't be plus equals infinite, and then constant force dot constant y equals 0. Oh, it was working. It was kind of working. Ask the player. Oh, no, it wasn't. It wasn't. Hang on. Object went farther than blank units from origin. Infinite true. Instance. Okay. Okay. So you can't do equals infinite. For the component, Unicode can translate GD script. It's a component that handles the movement. Only thing you need is drive inputs, designate a rigid body to operate on. Yeah, I could look into that. Could you attach a rigid body to the player? Maybe. Maybe. You just need the animated body to, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the quick, dirty way. You can worry about wobbling after. Yeah, we could do the quick, dirty way. Change type, animatable body. And then delete that. And then I need to say, take this physics frame. So what I need to do is say if it's colliding, or maybe keep the area and say if the like lava stuff hits it, because it's not just gonna work. Yeah. Oh wait. Oh. Animatable body. Tell it to go to the height of the lava at that time. Yeah. Okay. We're just driving in the car. What? I had 9 hours of sleep last night. Nice, Cam. Let's do a... Go here. Go here. And then... Func tween platform, and then I'll do that. And then to the let's do a onReady var goo fill as CSG box goo fill. Goo fill. There we go. And then I can just do test scene dot goo fill dot global position dot y. There we go. And then tween platform. So then I can do a rise timer timeout. we'll do this. Node 3D. Movable platforms. Boom. Goo rise, and I'll say onReady var platforms node 3D equals move platforms, and we'll do for platform in platforms get children platform dot tween platform. There we go. I've had the best I've had this year. That's pretty good. Whoa. It went down. Huh. Went to the position before the goo tweens. Tell it to start tweening the goo. Oh. Wait. You're telling them to tween to the goo position when you start tweening the goo. Oh, I see. Then I'll just do... Oh, wait. Oh, I could just do... that. Or... Wait a sec. I should do the tween here, actually. I should do the tween here and do a tween parallel. That would still be wrong. Gotta wait for the tween to finish. I don't want to wait for it to finish. I want it to go at the same time. So I could use an argument. So they all tween to the same height. Use an argument so they all tween to the same height. They... to the tween platform. Tell the goo to tween to 2. As an argument. But I'm just telling it to tween to wherever that position is. Oh, I guess because... Okay. New height as a float. And then I'll do... I know what to do. New height. And then in here, var new height equals this. Copy. Paste. Tween to new height. New height. Yeah. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. I wish. Okay, you get it. Yeah. And that means for the goo fall. I could do the same thing. Yeah, I'll do the same thing. I mean, it's literally the same stuff. I should put it into one function, and then just change the height. Yeah. So I could do tween goo height, and then do a is rising as a bool, and then I can do this plus rise amount if is rising, else fall amount. True. Fall amount will be minus, and then tween goo height, true. There we go. And then in here, test scene dot tween goo height false. Yeah. Try that out. I think this is because something's wrong with the Y. Because of the way that I have it placed. Because it's going on the global. And so what's happening is this. So it's going down to wherever this guy is. And then it raises. Yeah, so it's going to negative 34. Like that. So what I need to do instead is, well, I could just move the origin point. That would be a simple solution. I think I can. I think I can. That's the scale, rotation, position. Maybe I can't. The custom ABB. Yeah, maybe I can't. So I could do some math, I guess. And if this is at what? 0? So I could do minus, or the height. I just add the new height. I don't need to do the global position of it. Yeah, I just add it. Never mind. I don't want a new height here. I need to add it to new height, but I need to put the Boolean here. Is rising bool, and then I do var new height float equals test scene dot rise amount, fall amount, rise amount if is rising, else test scene dot fall amount. I need to do add that to the global position dot y plus that new height, and then here tween goo height true, go here, rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. What? Tween goo height True. And then is rising. There we go. Oh. Can't stand on it, apparently. Weird. Huh. Let's see. That's why. Wait, masking 2. Let's be on layer 1 then. Boing, boing. Bloop. There we go. Nice. Cool. And then if I press E, it goes down. Sweet. Testing zone, fall amount will be -2. Yeah. Okay, sweet. I can already see an issue where if you spam it somehow, then you could go below the floor, which would not be good. But we can set that up. Yeah, I think that's the play. Okay, so now that we have that, let's see if we can do, let's get the mesh. Yeah. So I'll just do like a quick on ready platform mesh as mesh instance 3D, get mesh instance 3D, and then we can do, does that, tween goo height, and we do var been used bool false been used true, cannot interact, or been used return. And then we do, why does pressing E on the platform make it go down? Because you like solve the objective. That's kind of the idea. That's an objective that we're making float. And I can do tween, well, not, don't do it there. Instead we do it over here. And then we'll do platform mesh dot get material, get surface material 0 dot albedo color. I think that's how you do it here. Yep. Equals color dot red. Boom. Play. So the objective here, this is like an objective. You solve the objective, it brings the goo down, and then bam. Now you can't use this objective anymore. No more objective. So you solve that one, and then you can move on. Boom. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty, oh, I died. Pretty cool, pretty nifty. That's the play. So, yeah, we have that. Oh my. Then I will have to fix the velocity or the momentum on this. And then when you get to the end, boom, restart. Ah, but the thing doesn't restart. Huh. Can it be something chilling and cool, like shooting 5 switches or something? Make it lower. Challenging and cool, like shooting 5 switches or something. Well, yeah. No, this is not the mechanic. This is me just working out how to make it go down, and then you like what happens on an objective. That's all that is. So next I need to figure out what the actual objectives would be, such as, is it holding an area for a period of time? Are you... Oh, I missed. Oh. Okay, good, because I don't want to see any press E on things objective. Yeah, no, that's lame. That's very lame. It needs to be some other kind of objectives. This is just for purely testing to see how I could do it, or how I would do it, because I want the objectives to float up with the goo, or some of them too, not all of them. Okay, so we do that, and then let's see. Next thing we want to do is what? I guess we just make this part feel good. Would be the next thing. What if this is where the combat can come in? This center core, this thing, we can give this thing a big juicy health bar, and you need to destroy it, so then it will basically extinguish the meltdown of the laboratory or whatever. And so you swing around, and there's just different objectives. Some objectives will reduce the goo level, like we just did. Other objectives can give you like a little bonus or a power up that will in turn help you do more damage to this thing. So as you're swinging around to the objectives, as you're going around, oh, I need to make one closer. As you're going around, you're still attacking this thing and shooting it, and you're like, oh no, the goo's getting too high. I need to go find an objective to do the thing. And then you do the thing, you're like, oh, there we go. That saved me some time. Pew pew, bang, bop, pow. And you're like, oh, I'm not strong enough. Let me do this objective. Oh, I need to definitely fix the momentum. Definitely fix the momentum. But, there we go. Then you go, boom, boom, boom. Did this objective. Now I can go shoot I can lob a massive goo ball at it. Bam. Maybe that's the play. Yeah. I think that might be a good play. Pew, pew, pew. And then what we can do is sometimes this thing would let go of like a little bat or something that will come in and attack you, or some science failed experiment, and that's where that comes in as well. Yeah. And then the replayability factor. The replayability factor could be either A, you have like a long-term progression, so you go to a new lab, but it's the same setup. Maybe we change some pipes or something. Or do a boss from Quake. Nah, it pops out of the goo and throws stuff at you. That could be another idea. We do like a goo shark or something. He starts swimming through like da-dum, da-dum. That's my shark thing. Pipes with big valves on walls start pouring in goo, creating pillars of goo that is in the way of swinging, makes goo rise faster until you turn the valves. There you go, Munglo. Now that's an idea. That's an idea. I like that. I like that. So let's do a turn the valve to release Half-Life 3. Let's do we'll do like a big goo valve here. So I'll do CSG cylinder. Boom. And then like so. And then rotate. And then we do a radius at 10. Okay, that's too big. What is the radius on my other pipes? 4. There we go. And then we can do like 5. 20. There we are. 4 and 20. Then we go bloop. Just slap that in the wall, bring it down a little bit. Maybe like that. Or we can even go down to like 12. Make it a little bit smaller. Like so. And then we'll do 16. We can duplicate this. Make this 3. And 13 being a there it is, subtraction. Boom. Goo spilling pipe. Yeah. Yeah. I need to pull this pipe forward though. Never mind, I don't. Instead, I do that. Pull this one. There we go. Look at that. Yeah. And then goo spilling pipe. Let's actually save this as a new scene. Goo spilling pipe. Save. Open. There she blows. Node. 3D. How we holding up? What we making and what's for dinner? I don't know. I'm starving though. I'm already hungry. And it's not even near food time. We still got over an hour left. Over an hour left. So hungry. But we are cooking up a new game. A new game about a science lab. No idea what it's going to be like. But we're kind of working off of this idea of a science lab gone wrong. And some other goo activities happening. That's kind of what's going on right now. We need to do a mesh. And I need to do a cylinder. Pull it up. Oh, nice. I hope so. I hope so. That's way too big. 2. And then rotate. Boom. Bring it over here. Bring it up. And then we can do... That's too big too, actually. 1. That should be decent. 1, 0 0.5. 0.25. Sure. And then we'll do... This will be the valve. We need to add another mesh instance. of a little cylinder going from like that, 0.25, 5. There we go. And then bloop. We'll just do like a ship's wheel for now, just because that's easy. Duplicate, zoop. Wait, boom, zoop. Duplicate, rotate, zoop. Duplicate, zoop. Wait, zoop. Duplicate. Zoop. There we go. There we go. Yeah, we're really just trying to take advantage of our swinging mechanics and of our super awesome fun combat mechanics that Ironic hates. Boom. There we are. Where'd my music go? What the heck? Oh, it's already over.
Track stats while you watch live NFL games with YouTube TV and Sunday Ticket add-on. Terms and embargoes apply. Cancel anytime.
There we go. Boom. Okay, we got the wheel. Let's do a quick load. Boop. And then quick load. Boom. There we go. I was enjoying the music-free experience. I could put on my own music. Sam. I mean, listen, Sam. I'm not opposed to using some killer music. I just don't have any. But if you have any recommendations, I'm always open. And then Albedo, Yeller. There we go. That's a wheel. I'm trying not to work on any new games at the moment. It's hard not to, but I need to focus on my game for university. That's fair. Yeah, I'm trying to find a game to work on for the next 6 months or so. Like, I just want a good game. That's all I want. I just want to make a good game to release to Steam. Is that too much to ask? Just a killer game. Something awesome. Okay, that's the valve. And then what I'll do is I can do... Ooh. Let's do a CSG cylinder. Like so. Yeah. 2, 5. 4. Oh, 8. I don't think you should make another guy in a square room that shoots at waves game. I don't think I have it in me to be around for another one of those. Listen, ironic. That's like me telling you I don't think you should make another kangaroo jumps around on platforms type of game. You see when it gets flipped? Like it's just a type of game. Boom. Valid, wait till you are cooking with one for a while and not what I did, and release one you spend only 3 months on, and rush then lose the files. Ugh. That's why I think you should try something that isn't combat and enemy fighting focused. Yeah, but those are the kind of games that are fun though. Oh, we making a kangaroo jumping around platform kind of game? No, we are not. But you can find, if you're looking for one of those, there is one on Steam right now called Nogor's Ordeal. Things are slightly less broken, but found an issue in NetFox, which is solidifying my hatred for it further. Oh, that's not good. Okay, that's one cylinder. Boom. Duplicate. Let's go to the Z actually. Duplicate. Duplicate. Boom. There we go. And then what I can do here, node 3D, and then say gates. Grab these, slap them in. Let's actually make them a CSG combiner. Oh, that's not it. Balatro is fun, very fun. Has no combat, it's just gambling. Yeah, that's true. But it's like, I don't want to make a gambling game. I also don't necessarily want to make a card game. Quick load. Okay. Let's actually just do a standard on these, just to make it so it's like obvious that we did something. Yeah. There we go. For as much as I don't want to use NetFox, I'm a bit too far in not to. I was hoping to get to go with custom network implementation eventually, but it's gonna be a nightmare. Yeah, that sounds more of a waste. More of a waste. Animal Crossing can be fun. Yeah, that's true. I can see what you're saying. But I also, those aren't the kind of games that excite me. I like games with combat. Big, beautiful combat. Pew pew. That's what I like. Look at that. Okay, that's cool. I am smart. Whew! And Portal. That's a puzzle game. If I'm lucky and I don't slack off, I can possibly get the core game done by the end of the month. That's being optimistic. That sounds pretty crazy if you can do that. I would be impressed. All right, let's do a goose spillin' pipe. Goose spilling pipe. There we go. And we can on ready var gates as a node 3D equals get gates. And then, sorry, with students all day trying to push them to do different things with each other. No, I think it's good to do that. I definitely do. But when it comes to game dev, and maybe this is the wrong approach or not a good approach, but my thought here is pick a genre or a type of set mechanics that you enjoy and get really good at them. So for example, I really enjoy combat. So get really good at combat by making a bunch of games with combat in them. And then what you do is you add other things there. So such as the grappling mechanics. So add some movement. Add some building. Add some physics. That kind of stuff. But keep working on the core, which should be combat. That's what's going through my head when I think about this. That's kind of what's going through my head. Okay. And then what I can do is, the only part is going to be making maps, but I have a planned solution for that. Oh, are you going to create your own map builder? Boom, boom. Possibly. I think that, honestly, I think map builders are going to be big. Like, well, they already are, but I think implementing those into more and more games is going to be good. Like, just user-generated content in general is really good. Maybe going to use Trench Broom, but that doesn't give me what I want. What kind of combat, though, have you planned? Shooter, Souls-like, fighting game? See, that's a good question, Zushi. I'm not sure. I'm just thinking, like, combat in general. In general. I personally am a big fan of, like, pressing abilities and doing stuff like that. I'm not as much of a fan of the, like, the slower combat, which would be like a Souls-like where you swing the sword and all that. I'm not as much of a fan of that. I still enjoy it, but not as much. I'm gonna do FOSS map builder. That can go to the Quake formats though. What is up with everyone's obsession with Quake? Like, I understand it's like a first game, but come on, guys. Quake's older than most people here. Crazy. It's FOSS and tools are supported. I do agree, but you need to also be careful with doing that so you don't soft lock yourself into one genre. I had a student do that last week, which they're starting to get themselves stuck into only being able to make one genre of game, which is good as long as they don't want to go into industry. Otherwise, they find it hard to get a job when their portfolio is only one genre. Well, great news, Karen. I am creating my own company within the industry, so I don't think I'm not looking out for a AAA job or anything. I don't know what Quake is, but I can confirm it is bad. It's like one of the first games, one of the first 3D games, especially.
Good morning, America.
It was revolutionary game, actually.
We are here tonight. This is turning into a great day.
Why am I doing this? There we go. Call of Duty is based on Quake 3's engine. Still kind of is. All right, so what I want to do here is I want to do okay, I could do an area. Yeah, but yeah, Quake map format is purely plain text, so it's pretty easy to use. Oh, that's pretty cool. See, I think just like standard, like just build the level editor yourself. Like get a couple custom blocks that you can put down, and then just have like, oh, this is an acceptable place, and then you just click. Quake is simple, and people are simple, and they like simple things. I mean, just look at popular Steam games, like for instance, Banana or Nothing, Cookie Clicker, even Megabonk. They're all simple, and people love simple, so they can just switch off and play. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I haven't played Megabonk. I haven't looked at it actually that much. Yeah. Probably should though. Probably should. What up, Fiera? Doing pretty good. We're coming up with some neat new ideas. Collision shape. And right now I am working on, oh, that's a capsule. I'm working on an idea from Munglo, actually. I have 20 hours of Megabonk. It's a good pastime while I cover lessons. Oh. To be fair, Megabonk didn't catch my interest for some reason. Really? See, it caught mine. I think Megabonk, I think I would enjoy it a lot. But also, I'm in super saver mode. So no fun little games for me right now. Boom. Let's see. Boom. There we go. Everyone says it's like Vampire Survivors meets Risk of Rain. However, those are both games I dislike. Well, yeah, the guy who made it specifically said he just took, he basically took vampire survivors, gambling, and brain rot, and then just went and mushed them all together. Yeah. To my understanding, that was the idea. Kavino, how's the progress? I'm currently creating animation in Blender. Ooh, that's sick. It's progressing. It's definitely progressing. Boom. Let's see that. So the idea here is valve interact area. When the player clicks the valve, it will rotate. As it rotates, we'll normalize the rotation and connect it to the gates. So the more you rotate, the lower the gates go. Still debating on if it's worth giving the team points for every Titan dropped. I would worry about dropping the Titans first. Can you drop the Titans? Boom, 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 boom. You got a more solid idea what you're doing? Kinda, sorta. It's kinda like fleshing itself out little by little. Little by little. We got the testing zone. We got, oh dear. Rotate. Boom. Yeah, we got a testing zone. We got the gate with the thing. We got some goo that floods in. Should be pretty good. When the player clicks the valve, it opens the game and creates a steam. Ha, 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 ha. Just full of jokes. Full of jokes. There we go. Save. Yeah, there we go. All right, back to the goo spill and pipe. What's the plan for art? If you get that far with this project? It's a good question. I have no idea. No idea. I mean, it's got to be kind of gooey. Yeah. Get you someone who loves you as much as Kavino loves goo. I don't love goo. This game's... Okay, hang on. Let's get one thing straight here. The goo maxing. No. Listen. This idea stemmed from me laying in bed going, man, I really don't want to make a game about a goo wizard. And so the whole idea is you're trying to unbecome the goo. Unbecome the goo. You're a failed scientist. You got coated in goo. And so you're trying to undo it. Undo it. If I legally change my name to Goo, will Kavino love me? No. Yes. Goo is love, Goo is life. No. One of the animals in the cage could be a goose. We don't like geese here, Zushi. We don't like them. No. It makes you wonder, what kind of goo is that? Nickelodeon goop? For copyright purposes, no. It's, I don't know what it is. It's just goo. Just goo. All right, let's see. Back to the spinning pipe. So we want collision, player, mask the player. And then what we can do is on body entered, bloop. And then on body exit, bloop. Then we do Nickelodeon. Who? Let's see. If body is not player, return. Can interact equals can interact. Why are all the abilities goo related? If you're trying to stop the goo, whatever that means, like a robotic grappling hook. Shouldn't you be using other science? Yes. So the idea is you're trying to stop the goo, and that's why I had that idea of like you drink a potion or like a science thing and you turn into a big monster. You're a failed scientist trying, and like in your in your way of trying to remove the goo, you accidentally set the lab to explode, and so you got to escape. Or you got to stop the explosion from happening, which we're talking about potentially just hitting the core. No more temporary invincibility power-ups. See, you say that, Ironic, but you've yet to try it out, and I'm telling you, it is good. Like, it is good. It's not an invincibility power-up. It's a speed boost. It's a attack speed, and it's a movement speed. That's all it is it's a speed boost. It is very, very, very good. Yes, it's an epic game mechanic to turn into a monster and mash attacks faster. It's not a key dangle for morons. See, it's not. It's just genuinely fun. Like, are you telling me you don't find enjoyment in playing a game where, like, you can bash things and smash them and fight them? I would argue most people enjoy it. I would argue that. I can't say I have since I was like 12. Well, there you go. There you go. But I think there's definitely something there. People enjoy it. I would argue most people enjoy it, actually. Teardown is fun. Yeah. Yeah. It is good. All right, let's see. Overwatch has multiple of those abilities. Yep. And people like to play those. Yeah. I mean, Dying Light, Beast is basically that. Yeah. Sup? What up, Plobby? Mr. I was trying to think of something like another title to give you, but I couldn't think of anything. Mr. What? I didn't get that far, okay? I was just... Never mind. All right, so I connect the thing to the thing. And Mr. Not You caught him. On Valve interact, area body entered. Okay. What you gotta say, Mr. the Eagle Scout? All right. Let's calm down. Let's calm down here. Funk, rotate, Valve, void. And then we can do var tween, create tween, tween dot tween property, Valve. And then we can say rotation dot X. Did I guess it right? I did not. It's rotation dot Y. Rotation Y. Valve dot rotation dot Y plus rotation amount over 1.0. Yeah. I get to refactor my mess, I think. Ooh. That's fun. As float equals deg to rad. 30 degrees. 30 degrees? 30 degrees. Yeah, 30 degrees. That's the play. Okay. Ooh. Var new amount equals this. Bam. And then I need to do new amount. And then I need to do new amount dot normalize. Oh wait, no, I need to do ooh. Var normalized amount equals valve dot rotation dot y plus rotation amount. I don't know if this will work because it needs to normalize to a 0. Nah, you can't normalize a float. Oh, times 1 bajillion. That's what I need to do. I need to do math. Duh. Yeah, my character controller is pushing 400 lines. It's like character control / camera / behavior / input / sound / animation monolith. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. More code is equal more better. I would say break it up. Break it up is what I would say. This character controller is with states, just two states. It's only 117 lines, but we also have our camera stuff in the camera. Yeah, componentize. Yeah, so you put things where the things belong, like the goo rope. This goo rope is over 100 lines. Yeah, feels great, but getting progressively hard to deal with. Yeah, you just gotta put the things in the things that belong with the things. Yeah. Love some spaghetti. I could actually go for some spaghetti, honestly. I'm feeling quite hungry. Movement component, storage component, health item, etc. Had to do that a while ago. Yeah, I was trying to do some heavy components, but I think it gets too much. If you go too heavy on componenting, I think it's too much. Like people who do state machines as nodes, I think that's too much. Thinking that maybe starting with something a bit simpler, like a state machine. Yeah, but even then, Plobby, like me personally, I'm not a fan of state machines as nodes. I like to just make the state machine in the player. I mean, I've done it before. State machines aren't simple. The basics of state machines are. Once you understand the basics, I think so. Especially for what Plobby's making. I think so. I would say so. So I want to go full IK driver. Small state machine, sure. Yeah. Like Plobby's making a 3D platformer for an RPG. Break it out. Yeah, I could see that. Like you're saying, break it out into nodes, right? I could see that. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. 3D platformer, but I'm playing with the idea of adding weapons and vehicles and making. Oh dear, Plobby, don't go that far yet, because you have dozens of states. Yeah, Plobby, don't go too far. You can add weapons. Actually, adding weapons would be easy. Vehicles are going to be a journey because that's a whole different node that you're looking at. You're looking at the vehicle body. It's annoying having to find 1,000 animation clips. I mean, Plobby just makes them. I can add whatever the heck I want. It's my game, Kavino. I mean, hey, Plobby, you do you. I'm just trying to give you some little potholes I found on the road to game dev. And if you want to still run over those potholes and pop a tire, you do that. I hate Godot animation. Scope inflation. Blend them away and pray they feel good. I do. Okay, let's see. So normalized amount needs to be the current valve rotation. Valve dot rotation dot y. How do I normalize this though? Max rotation. So I need to do this. New amount. Check this out. This is some complex mathematics I'm doing. Divided by pi? Or do I do tau? Tau times 10. Print normalized amount. Let's try that. And then can interact. We do func unhandled input. If event.is action pressed interact, then we say if can't interact, return. Otherwise, we do rotate valve. Yeah. Testing zone. I would say join the UE cult, but I haven't figured out the full IK motion myself. Probably gonna do like 25 years. Yeah. Oh, I didn't add collisions. Oh my lord. I was like, why did I fail? Wait, you are using collision. What? Goop pipe. Wait, what? Goop pipe? That should be working. Tau? Okay, that's Half-Life. Dude. Yes. You're on. No. Stupid gravity. Oh, I'm still falling through it. Nope. Why'd you ignore the other CSG boxes? Because it's in a combiner. Oh, that's the gate. Oh my lord. And these aren't CSG boxes. Wait, no, that's the valve. This one. Duh. I was looking at the gates. That's why I was doing it. Duh. There we go. Yeah. That would explain it. There we go. Godot all animations. It's like, teehee, I'm from external scene, so I'm gonna break and change anything. You won't save. Yeah. There's a better way to do it for sure. I just don't know that way yet. Oh. It's too much momentum. Oh. There we go. Hiya. Okay, I'm rotating the wrong way, but that's fine. It's working. It's working. Sick. Oh, I didn't see what it was printing, actually. That was the whole reason I did this. Okay, it goes to 10. Oh, I need to do the Z. So if I rotate it on the Z, rotation Z, and then normalized amount, I was doing times 10, which was giving us that. So actually, I don't even need to. And then I can clamp it. Clamp. Float. This value. Minimum of Hi like Jordan. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to the beautiful, the immaculate team emotes you can use to welcome people to the team. There we go. Now let's try it. Let's also do this. We can be smart and we take the player and we just go zoop, zoop, zoop. Why is it increasing our CSG, our AABB? That's weird. What is normalized amount for? So I'm going to be using the normalized. Oh, it's still rotating the wrong way. I'm using the normalized for these pipes. So depending on how much that rotates, we'll bring these pipes down from 0 to 1. And that worked. Pretty smart, pretty ingenious, if you ask me. I know this is the weird part, because it should be the Y, but when I did the Y, it didn't rotate that way. Oh, because I didn't do global. That's probably why, actually. Global rotation. Global. Yeah. And then what I can do is normalized amount. I can do this. Boom. And then I do tween dot parallel dot tween property. And I can do the gates, do their scale Y, normalized amount over 1.0. Boom. Yeah. Yeah. So now, when we do it, oh, so it rotates the wrong way. But the gates are closing. Look at that. That's called being smart. It's still rotating the wrong way though. So let's try doing the global X. No, let's do global Z. Oh, it's the goo fill. Whoops. Z. And also, I'm noticing that the pipe, this guy, needs to go gates, bring the scale down. Yeah. The edges. The edges. How does closing a gate with bars stop the flow? It's very thick goo. Very, very thick goo. Yep. That's what it is. Like very... Yeah. That's what we're doing. I mean, either way, whether it's gates or... whatever the heck else we do. It can be gates, it can be a thing. It's fine. It's fine. There we go. Perfect. Now we need to rotate Z. Let's try that out. Testing zone. Uh-huh. But then if I do the X, no. But when I did the Y, wait a sec. I'm rotating the wrong thing. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. I was right. You do the Y. But wait a sec, no, because it was going on the Z like that. I need this, which is the Y. But why isn't that working? It's doing everything but that. See? Look at that. That's weird. But if I do... Oh, wait a sec. Wait a sec. Yeah, so I should do the Z then. But when I do the Z, then it broke. Don't rotate like the gizmos. Yeah. Yeah. Maneuver actor, whole relative world space rotation cursed. Works, but rotates an object in local space despite being a helper for global space. So if I rotate on the Z globally, it should work, but it doesn't. Z. Okay, hang on. Z is here. X is going like that. And then Y is going this way. So is it Y? The global Y? But when I did the global Y, it should still be the Y. As relative. Rotation Y. Not global. Rotate pi 2 as relative. Well, I don't want pi 2. I want this as relative then. But that's not a thing. Because if I rotate it by pi divide by 2, that won't be by the specific amount I want to rotate it. I could just do pi divided by 2 is relative means 1/4 from where it is. Oh. So I do the local rotation Y to the pi divided by 2 is tau. I think it's times 2. Isn't tau pi times 2? Yeah, it's pi times 2 is tau. So if I do pi divide by 4 dot as relative, you can't do that. New amount. Oh, wait a sec. Hang on. No, that should be right. As relative at the end. The end of the tween? Oh. So if I do the new amount as relative. No. Oh. Wait. Pi divided by 2 is relative. So pi 2 no. Does bring it down still, but it's still rotating the wrong way. Yeah, it's pulling it up because it's going the wrong way. This is it. So the Y is what rotates it. Seen and its transforms. Oh, I did rotate it actually. Rotation's 90 on the X. So if I didn't rotate that by 90, it should be on the Z. Rotation Z pi 2. Let's do pi 4 because I don't want 2. Nope. Okay. He hates me. Now we got to the bottom of it? No, we didn't. Current rotation plus new rotation. Because I want this amount, this rotation amount, which is a deg to rad. I think it has to be global. What if I do global to relative? Can you add rotators? Whoa. Why? I don't know what a rotator is. Put down a marker so you don't rotate in the editor. Yeah, I could do a marker. Bloop. Bam. And then valve marker. And then I'll just do valve marker. Switch it back to rotation pi to relative and rotate that on the Z. Can I still rotate it by amount though? Because I only want it to go 30 degrees. Should still work. I mean, it's the same. Oh. Oh, whoops. Boom. Play. There we go. It's moving up because I messed it up, but... now it's not normalizing. Yeah, it's offset. And fix that. Z. Oh. Where's the marker? Actually, I should be able to just do like that. There we go. And now when the marker rotates, there we go. And now I need dig to rad 30. Print normalized amount. Let's play. Okay. Okay, it's not adding. Huh. It's also going the wrong way. Yeah, then wait, the normalized amount. Yeah, it wasn't really changing. If you look at 15. Oh. Oh, because I was doing the Y. see. And then I do the local instead. Play. There we go. There we go. Cool. It's rotating the wrong way though. So we need it to go the opposite way. I guess I could just rotate the marker, right? Well, yeah, I could do negative, but I think it's better to look at the math with positives. But if I just rotated it like this, wouldn't that work? You want to rotate it the other way? No. Okay, so I need to... Well, I could just rotate it by a negative 30, right? Or do I need to do negative rotation? Let's try just negative 30. But it does... Oh, there we go. But now it's all zeros because we're getting the errors of it's less than 0. So we need to do the normalized amount is 0. New amount. I could just take the ABS of this. ABS of new amount. And that would give us the normalized amount. Yep. Boom. Oh, wait. Boom. No. What do you mean? It just worked. Making it rotate for each time. Is this what you want? Yeah, every time you press it, it rotates a little bit. So you gotta, it's like you're rotating it. You don't just whoosh. Now it goes crazy. Because it already hit its goal and I didn't put a stop case in yet. But look, first try, little bit, little bit, little bit, little bit. Right? Never mind, leave it broken? What are you talking about? What? Why would we want to leave something broken? That's crazy. I know each time you do is relative each time. You're adding up how much you do it as relative. Oh, so it's every time you're adding. So first try it goes 30, then it goes 60, then it goes 90. You don't make a new variable for old variable plus amount. You don't have to make a new variable for old variable plus amount. Oh, so this would just be the rotation amount then. Is 90 plus 90, then 180 plus 90. Yeah. G-script looks jank. You're just complicating things. I'm just doing some math. Rotation amount But then I need... Yeah, I still need this though. Let's see. Okay, and that should be like almost done. Yep. Wait. Yep, that's almost done.
The general gives you a break to keep you covered. Whether it's
There we go.
or a break from your car acting up.
Okay, and then I can raise this to more. So let's raise the amount now to -90. So it should cut it down to 4 turns. And then what I can say is if normalized amount is greater than or equal to 1, then fully or is closed true. And then we do var is closed bool false. Then we just say if not player or is closed true. Well, I can just say the or is closed. Or is closed. So now we shouldn't be able to go beyond 1. Okay. And that did not work. It just set it. Why did that just set it? Why did I delete my print? Oh, that's dumb. Print normalized amount. Let's do 60 instead. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. Let's change it to 4 times. So I need deg to rad. I could just do pi divide by 4, right? You can just have a separate integer. Oh. Okay, pi divided by 2. It needs to be negative though. Or a deg to rad it. Deg to rad pi 2. Play. You can just have a separate. Ooh. Have a separate integer that you either add 1 every time or change the function when it reaches goal value or count down from 0. A simple if statement, if the beginning checks value state in the case. Right? That sounds like a lot of ifs though. Than just doing math. Okay, that's very little. Literally only 1 if. Oh. Chat vibe coding. It's when your code gets updated from chats, comments, and everything works perfectly. Chat was the AGI all along. Exactly. Literally only 1 if. Oh, I misread then for sure. But if I do pi, that's... Can't I just do like... Pi is not a degree, right? It's a float. That's why I changed it to... Pi do be tasty. Sometimes, yeah. Let's see. I want it to rotate 1 full turn for... I want it to rotate a quarter of a turn every time. When you interact, you check if the if value is reached on the goal. If false, rotate the valve. Add 1 value. Deg to rad 90. I did deg to rad 90. And it didn't, for some reason, it wasn't working. But I have that if statement, Shotos, for checking... Okay, now it just magically works.
In a split second, a car accident changed my life. But one call to Heyman Law and they took care of everything while I recovered.
Courtney, get help. I
What?
guarantee we'll take care of
What?
everything else related to your accident.
I did dig to rad 90.
That's my promise.
That's crazy. Negative. Then if normalized amount is greater than or equal to true, or greater than or equal to 1, then is closed is true. Oh, I need to do, that's if the player is that. So I need to just do this. If is closed, return. And then also, if is closed, return. On the action press though. Oh, because it's not resetting that. I see what's going on. That's deg to rad 90. Wait, when you do interact, if values reach the goal, false, rotate the valve, add 1 value, if true, add fire event, delegate. Wait, you're doing interaction on collision overlap? Yeah. So we have like a little area. If is closed, return. Like we have a, if you walk up to it, you're now in the area, and then you can interact with it. Gscript not have ray casting? It does. It does. We could do array too. I just figured an area would be better, or really do the same thing. Yeah. Like you could do a small raycast and then just check if it's colliding with the player. And if it is colliding with the player, then you can enable interaction. But I feel like an area is just that, but simpler. Yeah. Would a raycast be more optimized than an area? Perfect. Perfect. There we go. Sick. Raycast is much easier to handle. If for cheese, you can cast a sphere at the end of the ray. Check for interactables. If true, set an interaction message. Cast a sphere at the end of the ray to check if the interactable component. If true, set interaction message. That sounds like if the ray is a little. Well, it sounds like you still need an area though. Well, I guess you just check for collision. True, and interact button is pressed. Yeah, so you just do if it's colliding and the button's pressed. You can create an area with the sphere cast. Oh, like a shape cast with the sphere, yeah. Player's a ray, and then the valve needs an area for the ray to collide with. Well, yeah, the player already has a ray. You don't need to worry about optimization for a single button. Yeah. Valve just needs a basic collider. Okay. So it really seems like the same thing. Unless you just use the player's raycast, but then you have to be pointing at it to use it, as compared to just walking up to it. I think it's the same. Ah, we're in the goo. Okay, so Now what we can do is when the valve is open, we can, yeah, when the valve is open, we'll increase the speed, the flow speed. Let's actually do, we can do is closed, that's fine. We'll do the negative. Goose spill and pipe. Go to test zone. Oop. And then we can do, let's do a new node here. Node 3D. And just call this map. And then I can just grab all of this. Slap it in there. And then grab this, that. I think that's fine. Put it there. Door, lights, goo fill, movable platforms go under the map. And then goo spill and pipe. So we'll do another node. Spilling pipes. Boom. And then we can do in here on ready var spilling pipes as a node 3D equals get spilling pipes. And then I can do on timer timeout. I think we set the rise time again. Rise timer dot wait time equals rise time. Again, I can give you the Unity code, do the interactions. You don't need to write manual interactions for every actor individually. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna have more trouble trying to translate from C# to GD script. I really don't know any C#. We'll do
At Monroe Auto Service and Tire taking care of your car and your safety comes standard. That's
function.
full service oil change includes a free tire rotation, brake
Check.
assistance, and Confidrive performance.
Open
A multi-point
pipes.
check by expert technicians that gives you the information you need to make the best decision
And then
for your vehicle. One stop, total care, complete confidence. And right now,
void.
$20 back on your full synthetic valve.
Yeah, I can just make a general interaction script. Use that for anything, right? Right now we're just prototyping, just making it quick and dirty, and checking it out. For pipe in spilling pipes dot get children. If pipe dot is closed. If it's not, then we do var additional or rise extra rise speed float 0. If pipe is not closed, pipe is not closed, extra rise speed plus equals minus equals 0.25. So it goes faster. And then I can do, after that, I do, minus equals extra, oh no, I had that right. 0.25. What's wrong? Why don't you like that? Why do you rise time equal or plus equals extra rise speed? And rise time. We'll do every 5 seconds to start. Check open pipes. Check open pipes. There we go. Delete the normalized amount. And then let's also, I want to print this out actually. Print rise time. Actually, let's do on the out. So we'll do print old rise time. Print new rise time. Play. So what should happen here is we start off with, there we go. Oh, it just immediately removed it. Oh, it keeps removing it. That's why. 4.5. 4.5 and it stays there. Okay. Yeah, I see what's going on here. So I don't want to add this. I want to do, that's adding it every time. So I actually want to do equals rise time equals rise time. Well, that changes. We need the old rise time. So base rise time actually. Export var base rise time float 5 equals base rise time plus extra rise speed. Like that. And then that way we have 5 plus whatever this is. Yeah, let's try that now. So it should start off at 4.5 when it goes off. Or 4.75. Let's close it. 4.75. Sweet. Oh, that didn't close. What the heck? There we go. Because one open, so now, there we go. Now it's new. 5. Perfect. So now it slows down. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Now we got some pipe action going on. So the pipe will affect the rise speed of the goo. Oh, okay. So we need to now mess with the momentum of the player because this is crazy. Crazy. Oh, okay. Oh. Which means I think what we really need to do for the momentum is get the there we go. Lerp to 0? No, we're doing that. I mean, we could increase that. We could increase how fast we lerp to 0. I'm almost thinking we need to rework the player and make it a rigid body and learn how to do that. Yeah, the more velocity you have, faster the lerp rate is. Could do that. Let's try just doing this first. Just make it faster. All the way across the board. right, let's try landing somewhere. Let's try landing on the platform. No, that's way too much still. Yeah, way too much. Let's try doing just 0.1. That might be crazy though. No, because I'm still moving though. Yeah. Let's try 0, 0. Times delta. Okay, no. That's really bad if you're not moving. If I am moving though, it's just the same. Yeah. Okay, we definitely need to work on the swing now. Saying velocity accelerate to stop. Yeah, so what's going on here is, yeah, I'll show you, and let me just remove the deltas. There we go. I think I had another 0 in there. So what's going on is in our GUROPE modifier, we're using Hooke's law to understand or to figure out how to actually handle the grapple. So once that happens, we apply the player velocity, which is force times delta. Once we retract the grapple though, we're doing a swing additive. So we add some height to our swing depending on our velocity dot. And then I believe we're also adding, yeah, we're also adding our global Z basis up by our swing forward multiplier. So I should only have to lower the multiplier and lower the additive, and we should be pretty good. Say velocity to accelerate to stop. Kind of needs to be 2 forces, 1 impulse that propels you to hook direction, other one that lerps you. Velocity 0. Yep, that's what we got. That's exactly what we have. So if I just mess with swing forward multiplier and swing additive, that should give us a good... Yeah, so right now it's 50. Let's take note. Was 50. Was 20. And then let's drop this to 30. Drop this to 10. And then try it out. See if I can land on that. Nope. Nope. So I'm not slowing down fast enough, which would be in the player. Removal of 0. Testing zone plate. Quake style. You need air control. That's what. We kind of have air control. I think. Do we? Oh, maybe we don't. Wait a sec. Did I remove the air control? I thought I put air control. No, I didn't. Wait, what? Why is there no air control? No, there is. There is. Maybe it's not much. That might not be much. Let's see. It's at 6. So let me try. If I just up this to like 20, what does that do? Okay, I'm moving this guy fine. Oh yeah, wait a sec. Okay, it's kinda just adding to it. Oh, yep, that was it. That was it. So what I need to do is here, 20, I can do instead movement, speed, and then what I'll do is right here, we have our normal movement. We're gonna do var swing movement as a movement settings equals movement settings dot new, and then I do 20 movement speed. Then I can do just standard acceleration, and then 0.001 for the deceleration.
By studying geometry,
Boom.
we can think about our first principles,
Boom.
think about our underlying
Like so.
assumptions, and think about how
50? I think 20 was pretty good. This should allow us to mess with it a little bit more. So let me also do set movement settings in the ready. When we swap states, enter moving state, set movement settings. Let's do a set movement settings, normal movement. Then we do a func enter swinging state void set movement settings to swing movement, and then state equals state dot swinging. Boom. And then in the goo rope, when we launch, let's see, player dot current dot enter swinging state. This should actually be no underscore because we're using it somewhere else, like that. And then like so. When we let go, retract. When do we switch back to the moving state? I think it's just is on floor, enter moving state in the player script and the physics process. I'm pretty sure. Is on floor. Just release jump. Where am I using this? Oh, in the swinging state, if they're on the floor, enter moving state. Perfect. There we go. So now it should move, it will swap our types. Swinging, still swinging. Zoop, zoop. Oh, I almost got it. Okay, maybe I do increase it up to 50 like you said. Yeah, I think I do. Just a little bit more. Player. Boom. This is, I do like this little class function for movement settings. I think it's kind of neat. Let's just do 40 actually. I think it's super neat. Hup. 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 Boom. Oh, I missed. There we go. Aha. Soup and doop and oh. I think when I'm swinging though, I almost need to increase the gravity when I'm swinging to add that like weight of like that feeling of getting pulled down more. I wonder if I could do that. So we'll do a, let's see, on floor or increase deceleration. No, because that will also be forward, which is not, I don't think that would be good. Oh, because it does affect everything. Less drag, gravity should take effect by itself. I just want to pull on the Y velocity. That's what I want to do. Just pull on the Y velocity. So what if I do a just while swinging, I can just say velocity dot Y minus equals, and we'll just try something like 0.1, or we'll do 0.15 times delta and see what that does. Just a little bit. That's how my air control works. If I overdo air friction, decelerates it pretty fast and ropes it down. Yeah, I don't want I want to keep the forward. I just want it to pull us down more. I think this is working. And I'm kind of, yeah, I might even pull it a little bit more actually. I think that's kind of working. Clamp to 0? Well, no, because I want negative Y. Negative Y is what will pull down more, right? That's actually feeling pretty good. Oh wait, yeah, Y is up. I forgot. Old Dice engine, yeah. Yeah. Boom. Oh, I couldn't get up there. Oh, I missed. Yeah, I think that let's print the Y velocity. I just want to see what it's doing. Get rid of these other prints though. Where's the other print? Oh, that's it. So if I do player, and I'm just gonna, at the bottom here, print velocity dot Y. It's gonna spam, but that's okay. Here we go. There we go. Howdy, Buggy. How are you doing? Whoop. All right, let's read these. That's a lot of prints. A lot of prints. All right, so we go to 0, -4, 8, -1, 2. Okay. The floor is slime. Yes, basically. Basically. Go to the player. And let's do after. Oops. And let's do a print before. .y. Boom. We're kind of messing around with a new game idea, trying to see what we can do here. But we so far got like a little valve you close, and when you close the valve, it closes the grates, and it makes the goo come slower. You got the we got this floating platform over here. I missed. Boom. That lowers the slime. Oh. Huh. And we're also just working on the good old goo swinging mechanics. Goo swinging mechanics. It looks like they're the same though. Like am I just seeing things? Let's see. Before, after. Okay, it is. It is. Just very, very little. Not gonna lie, I feel like custom movement would work better with these, but it's a lot of work to be fair. When you say custom movement, you mean like a rigid body and fully going through all that? Because I would agree. I would agree. Pipes seem hard to land on. Yeah, they're a little difficult to land on right now. Let's do the magic number, and that should feel good. We don't need these anymore. And then this gives a little extra oomph to oomph. Yeah, oomph. Is it F or PH? I think it's F. To pulling player down. Yeah, full custom add force, movement vectors, friction, etc. Yeah, that's something I'm gonna have to learn about if we want to continue down this path. Gotta say, fighting delta time to make speed not dependent on frame rate is gonna drive you PTSD. Yeah. Yeah. That might be a little rough. But so far, it's coming out pretty good. Like having the... Oh, I messed that up. Having a little bit more control on our movement is nice. I might even make the jump higher, I think. But having that WASD control, it's feeling pretty good. Just being able to move a little bit more. Whoop. Yeah. Whoop. Yeah. Whoop. Oh, I missed. Get up there. There we go. Pretty cool. Let's see if I can get to that. Oh, perfect. Oh, I can't. Yeah, I will have to fix the map up so then we can have like better points. Oh, hole in one. Trick is, if you're ever going to do it, do not use delta time for friction. Use static lerp alpha if you won't. If you won't use delta time for input driver. Gotcha. Don't use. Oh, that was too much. Up. Up. I did it. Turn that. Is that closed? I think it is. Nope, it was not closed. Now it's closed. I had to do a little GPU particle effect, like, yay. Hup. Hup. Yeah, I'm almost thinking the idea here, once I increase the jump height, but the idea is you do the objectives, but this whole time, I think I want to be fighting this center thing. Like this fusion reactor. I want to be trying to break it. I think that would be really cool. Yeah, also the drop on momentum. Holy moly. When you land on something. Okay. But I think fighting that center thing is going to be really cool. Let's do jump power. It's currently 10. Let's make it 20. Let's try that out. Oh, wait. Yeah, you're not going to see that. Testing zone. Play. Big jumps. Big jump. Off topic. Well, what's the tool to draw on the screen? Hi, by the way. What up, Zentist? It is called Zoom It. Zoom It. It's part of the Microsoft Power Toys. Boom. Big fan. All right. Let's grapple over. Oh, boom. I'm gonna swoop that ASAP. Yeah, it's so good. So good. You can also do other things with it, like zooming in. And you can throw up timers that are blinding to look at. It's pretty cool. I haven't even used it to its full extent either. It's got a lot of different cool abilities. Boom, reset. Oh, but that doesn't reset. Oh, whoa. There we go. You do this. Color. Copy. And what I can do is a little funk ready. Just paste that for now. Copy. Paste. And then equals color. Wait. Cut. Color. Oh, I can't paste X. Lame. Color picker. Boom. Cheating. There we go. Save. Whew. But the game is way cooler, of course. It's something. It's getting somewhere. I think it's getting somewhere. I really do think we use the swinging and we try to destroy this center thing. And then we can have little enemies pop out of it and stuff like that. But the question still remains, once you do all this stuff, like what's the loop? Like that's just a single line. What's the loop in the game? That's the question. What is the loop? Do we do things like... You reanimate and then you go, oh, let's try it again. And we just keep the map? We could make it we could go roguelite with it. So every time you're just getting stronger until you're infinite super god. But we could go because Because the way I see it, we could definitely get it to the point where you play through it trying to destroy this center thing, and most of the time you fail. And I could see people plotting out a course going like, okay, this run I'm going here, then I'm gonna go to here, then to here, and then win. Something like that. I cannot see that. Yeah, but ironic. You also only like platformers. Let's be real. You said that using abilities isn't fun. Crazy. That's crazy. When I go to level 2, you have made a platformer. This is not a platformer. Well, yeah, this is not, because this game is not a platformer. This game is a fun movement extraction roguelite. AA quality. Yeah. Why not go to level 2? So the problem with going to level 2 means we need more maps. And then it's like, okay, if we go to more maps, then we need either procedural generation or we need a bunch of maps. And that's crazy. Can you even define extraction? Well, yeah, that's the thing that I'm trying to think of right now. Is extraction I would define as you have a set period of time, which we do, and you need to leave the place, and when you extract out of the place, using the word in it, you can then take back with you any loot that you gathered. So anything that you gathered, you would take back with you. And then you come back and do the same thing again. Yeah. In the same room. Well, see, that's the difficult part. With the same objectives. That's the thing. That's the thing we got to think about is how do we add a difference in it? How do we change it up? Maybe we have a couple different rooms. Go for an MMORPG. Throw multiplayer, open world, and a couple of raids, and you got it. That's true. Could just make WoW real quick. No problem. Do that. Crank it out in like a day. Break out of the lab and realize the goo virus has spread to you, and you have to clear out nearby areas, just throwing out random stuff. It's not a bad idea, Misty. If you make an extraction game, you either need a giant map or many maps. True. True. And you need, because if you do a... Yeah. You either need a giant map or many maps. And then you need algorithms and scaling. Of course. You balance all this with the maps. So in reality, if we go the mega map route, this room is just one small part to a massive map. We just need to make this room only like a bajillion more times. That's it. Maybe like 2K by 2K. Even then, that might be small. Yeah, I brought up speed running because it felt like the map loop was leaning into that. Yeah, I mean, the reason I want to go extraction is purely because I just have this gut feeling that extraction's gonna be trending in about 6-ish months. How big is an Escape from Tarkov map? Square meters. Let's check out Reddit. Someone definitely did it. Oh, that's not as bad as I thought. I thought it was 2,000 by 2,000, but it's 1,300 by 1,195. Huh. Does Tarkov have web swinging? It has people walking, yeah. So we'd have to go 2,000 by 2,000 minimum. Wow, that's a really small one. That's really small. Now think about the gameplay too. It would be a little lonely being in a gigantic map solo. So it looks like we'll have to make the game multiplayer then. You're a normal guy with normal guns shooting. You're not a hypermobile wizard. Tarkov, you're a normal guy with normal guns shooting normal people with normal guns. All players would disagree. That's true. That's true. So in Tarkov, it's okay if most of the map is boring forest with some buildings around. Right, because it's modeled after a Soviet wilderness. But ours would have to be modeled after a giant giga lab, and we could probably have like an outdoor area, the indoor area with like the conveyor belts and stuff, and then this little area we made, and then some big complex thing with another thing, and then we get 2K by 2K. Yeah, now you're scope creeping. Yeah, now I agree. This is where I would agree. It's a little scope creepy. I heard an ARC reference. Do you know how many asset guys and level designer guys? Wait, how many asset guys and level designer guys do you have on your team again? We have me. We have one. We have one. We have one. The type of game that's called something like massive architecture or superstructure genre. You have to navigate a huge structure. That's a tough one. I wonder, how much do you think it would cost to hire an artist and a level design or a map designer to design a map that is 2,000 meters by 2,000 meters all alone? That would probably be at least $1,000, wouldn't it? At least. But they're yucky, platformers. You got that right. Extraction seems like a rough production. Yeah, it does. It really does. Unless idea. We don't. And instead, we do make a bigger map, yes. Because I think this map is very small. We could make a bigger map. And this could just be like a room you accidentally get yourself locked in or something. And we could do a like drops or something. So you get a drone flies over, and if you hold the point, then you get something. And that would be like a little care package drop. But that's just kind of stretching. That's like the same thing as these objectives. That could just be a separate objective too. Yeah, nope, never mind. I feel like this room, it's a nice idea, but it needs to be part of something more grand. Yeah, someone plays this, they instantly refund it. Well, obviously, in the current state, yes, duh. Of course. I mean, just the size? What do you mean? You're saying they would refund it because the map's too big? Oh, confined? Yeah. Web swing game where you have 2 swings across. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Again, like I said, this is a very small room. I mean, it's large, but relatively small. So we just need to make it bigger. And we make a giga map. Like, I feel like this would be this room itself. Make the Flappy Bird of Goo Wizard Laboratory escaping games. No, I don't know if that would be. I don't think that would be good. To me, this area screams like a sub basement, and then we would need to have some kind of giga thing once you escape this room. That would be really easy. Yeah, we're not going for easy, ironic. We're going for what's gonna perform well on Steam. What's gonna be viral? What's gonna be a game where like you play it and you can't help but like taking a picture or recording your gameplay and sending it to a friend. That is the true test of a good game. For what we're going for. Seems though that's so close to the end of a game. Nobody does that. Literally nobody does that. That's not true, ironic. That's simply not true. Simply not true. So many people do that. What up, Mike? I got 2 words for you, ironic. Twitch streamers. They do that. They do that. For sure. I know what circles you hang in, people record their screen and their phone and share with their friends. No, they take like screenshots. It's like, oh, I finally beat what's his face, and you're like, whoa, that's so cool. Or it's, oh yeah, I just versed X player on the game. Whoa, that's so cool. Oops. Oh, I missed. Could be a boss room, experiment combined. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. This to me shouts boss room. And like that the center thing is what you're breaking as you're slinging around. Like it makes sense. But it's like what's after this? Like yeah, sure, we get this, but what happens after? Like what else are you doing? Boom. MCs that can talk organically and path around agentically, affecting the world map meaningfully. That's a lot of fullies there, Neo. And I also don't think I can do that. It's a good idea. I don't know if I can do that. If you decided on the game yet, I would make that center thing cauldron bubbling, have the goo dripping from it on the floor. Yeah, so the idea here is this is a lab. It's a science lab. And your science went wrong and you got covered in goo and now you're gooey. And so your entire lab is on the verge of collapse. It's exploding, and it's filling up with goo, and you don't want to touch the goo because the goo's bad. And so you swing around, and you do different objectives to slow the goo rate down, such as closing the valves, doing something on a floating platform because all the objectives will float on the goo. But then also we're thinking, okay, maybe we make this like something you attack because we want to add combat. I have software to do it if you find it interesting. I think it is super interesting, Neo, but I would be concerned what pathing around agentically and affecting the map meaningfully and talking organically even means. That's what I'd be questioning, because I can say now pretty confidently AI is not at that level yet. Not yet. Eventually, but not yet. So hearing that, you're going to Steam Effects wait, hang on. Goo dripping from the floor. Yeah, I think you should be thinking about what comes before this. True. So hearing that, you're going to need Steam Effects as well as fluid particles for dripping and such. Yes. You could have the center thing bubbling, and as it bubbles, the bubbles or spray hit different areas of the map, start a reaction there. True. I was thinking this center part was like a arc reactor type deal, or maybe one of your Giga experiments is in here, floating. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure yet. But Doom Wretch is kind of on point here. We need to think about what actually is happening in this game before this game starts and after. Yeah. It'll be filtered to boundaries. That makes some kind of sense. This actually reduces overhead. Hello, my son. K-Mac, who are you calling your son? Who are you calling your son? Crazy. Goo attack could be clog the center machine to slow down the reactions till get some control. Switch cut off. True. You need some kind of guy with a vision, and then another guy who can design games. I had a vision. It was Bear Attack Simulator. And then we looked deeper into it and realized, oh, it's not actually fun. It's just addiction. And we went, nuts. Your visions can't just be a guy that jumps around in a square and combats waves. Ironic, you just described like every good game out there. Halo, you're in a square attacking waves of enemies. Mega Bonk, you're literally doing that. I've heard that's good. I haven't played it though. Call of Duty, you're in a square shooting enemies. Hard part for us dev focused people is to come up with ideas. How those ideas to be fun in gameplay, in a gameplay sense. Yeah, we see them more in mechanics. Before you get into game dev, it's like you have infinite good ideas of what to make, and then it all goes downhill. Exactly, Misty. Exactly. You could have an area where you go platform to platform, shooting enemies without falling off the edge. Megabonk has 2 maps, 4 zones per map. Megabonk's clones will saturate the market. Oh, 100%. 100%. Yeah, but your game ideas don't have goals. They have some vague replayability thing. True. If you want a concept of what it can be, check out the whispers from the star. Though it's experimental, not fully realized what the tech can already do as of yet. Gotcha. Yeah, not super needed right now. Neo. How do we make this good? Combat is definitely one. Combat. We need combat. We got the goo filling. But the room's just so small. This is like one singular boss fight, it feels like. Players' goal is to shoot things, continue shooting things, get stronger, because combating things with strong abilities is fun. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Just DM in Discord? Gotcha. I'll check after stream. We're gonna be wrapping up pretty soon. That's tough. All right. I think what we'll do is we'll head to the thinking tank. Head to the thinking tank and try to figure out what the heck the plan is. So, alrighty, folks, we are calling it here today. I'm gonna do some thinking. For those of you who don't know, we are not streaming tomorrow or Thursday. We got those 2 days off. I got some YouTube video plans that I'm gonna be cooking up and spitting out, hopefully. And then when we come back on Friday, hopefully I will have a plan and an idea, and it will be great. And it will involve combat, ironic. It will. And it will be great. That's the hope. No, you are not wrapping it up. You're streaming for another 24 hours. That's crazy, Tommy. That's crazy. I will say though, on next Tuesday, I'll be streaming for like 12-ish hours or so. Probably. Because I want to play Cuff Bust. That's why. I want to play Cuff Bust. That's what's gonna happen. Anyways, spam the emotes if you got them. I will catch you all on Friday. Boop. All right, YouTube, one moment.
I call it character
Let's
select.
do this. Turn him on. Spam the emotes. Boom. Bye, YouTube.